there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. Oh, we got Street Team Taco in the house, but officially Robbery was first. I mean, snappy as fuck too. Yeah, same minute as the announcement went out, so it was seconds. Congratulations, Rob. Thank you. Hey, Funkmaster Womp. And the Aussie contingent also represented, as always, Taco and fucking me, Trey. Street Team Taco. Fucking hands are miserable again. Hey, Cat's there as well. They were okay earlier today, but they took a turn somewhere. One of these days I'm going to have to go on meds for it, and I'm afraid of what those meds will do to my brain and the sort of pickup. This is a robbery. Oh, there. Yeah. I don't put usernames together often. Like, there's a lot of punny and sort of wordplay usernames that I just sort of right over my head. But cool. I'm gonna call you Thief then. Which, since you don't know me from the podcasting days, I have quite a soft spot for thieves and con men, actually. I ever tell you mine? Maybe, but I don't remember if you did, so feel free to elaborate again, Kat. Water's cold. It shouldn't be cold. Anagram. Yeah. See, I'm a technologist. I just run it through an anagram program and see what pops out. Oh, got it. Cool. Like I said, just run it through a piece of software really quickly, and it's like, oh, there we go. No big deal. Yeah. Yeah, I don't dedicate like processor cycles to stuff like that. I turned over, I'm okay with turning over entire sections of my brain to computers. Like, I got other stuff to think about. Math is definitely one of those that I turned over ages ago. And with the advent of like some of the modern calculator programs, I don't know if you've seen like the one Microsoft has produced, but holy shit, it'll not only solve like formulaic equations for you, like you just take a picture of it and it'll solve it for you. It'll explain to you each step of the solution. It's fucking ridiculous. Apocalypse fears keep me from doing the same shit. Whatever. Fuck it. What kind of influence can Amy Coathanger Barrett have on this election if Trump takes it to the Supreme Court? If she refuses to recuse herself, huge influence. The conservatives hold the majority on the Supreme Court. I mean, that's the truth of the matter. She could be a swing vote, because not all of the conservatives on the Supreme Court vote down conservative lines all the time. Sometimes they have their own interpretations, and you see differences of judicial opinions in that area. But she most assuredly is like in that Kavanaugh camp. She was hand selected for a very specific reason, and she could be a swing vote. Yeah. Yeah, so she could have huge influence. I'm kind of feeling like a music stream night. Oh, I don't know, though. I don't feel like sorting through music. So we can actually get fucked. Why isn't her being appointed in the fastest amount of time not being looked into? Jesus Christ, me try. I'm intellectually involved in whether somebody is attractive or not. If you prove yourself intellectually unattractive to me, you're physically unattractive to me. I've known people like that all my life. I can think of one that really pops to the front of my head that I found him hot. I was like, dude, that guy's hot. And then he ran his fucking mouth, and I'm like, he's ugly now. Like, it was almost instantaneous. Like, he went from hot to being ugly just by speaking. I'm not one of those people that can overlook that sort of thing. It's not, yeah. Sir Fontaine. Okay. Yeah. So, basically, Rob, thief. I'm in this such congratulations. Except for Ben Shapiro, he's cute. I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see it. Even on a like physical level, he's not really my type. Of course, we know my type. So, yeah. Shapiro don't cut it. Let's just put it that way. As for why it wasn't looked into further, it was, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The only thing that could be done at this point is essentially court packing. Forgive me. There's a possibility. It's not a huge possibility. I don't think I know I don't get ads on YouTube. So I know a bunch of people got ads. What's his sister's name? Because I want to look up a picture of this chick. Abby. Cool. Because I don't think I've ever even seen her. Really? Really, guys? All right, let me I mean, it could be a bad picture. I'll get a few others. She's cleaned up a little since, maybe. I've got other pictures here. I mean, this is a better picture, I guess. She looks better in that one, but she reminds me, who was the Saperstein? Who's the pair out of Parks? No, yeah, out of Parks and Rec. The annoying fucking brother and sister. And he got hit by a car or whatever as a settlement, and Henry Winkler is their father. She reminds me of the sister. Mona Lisa Saperstein. There we go. That's who that reminds me of, quite frankly. I mean, that's what sprung to my mind. Yeah, that's immediately. Fuck. So basically, to sum it up, when it goes to Supreme Court, the Republicans have majority vote. Hence, Biden is no longer president. We can just accept the fact. And we just accept the fact. The election, the Electoral College and popular vote dismissed. That's so dumb. Welcome to the 2000 Bush-Gore election. Slightly different. But yeah, this isn't the first time I've lived through one of these. This is why I'm a bit of a pessimist, a bit of a downer sometimes, because I've been alive long enough. I've lived through a few of these hijacked elections. Yeah, no, it is possible. It is entirely possible to still steal this election legally-ish. Yeah. So, strap in. I don't think it's going to happen this time, but like I said, it's not off the table. Rob, don't be too doomer about it. We're not there yet. Hey, Genome. We're not there yet. And the lead that's held still is, hey, thanks for the follow trick. Don't wrap yourself in anxiety, and don't worry about it at this point. We're not there yet. A few court challenges. It's a Logitech Brio. For what it costs and what it claims, I'm not a fan of it. Let's just put it that way, Lobby. I'll be changing out to one of my DSLRs later this year after I run it through a capture card and decide how I want to light the room and decide how I want to not look like dog shit on a high resolution camera like that. But yeah, the present one is a Logitech Brio, which aren't exactly easy to get their hands on now that it's post-COVID territory. Webcams are fucking sold out everywhere. But there you go. I don't have it running at 4K at all. I've done the 4K resolution on it, and the ISO is cranked so high on it, even in a fully lit room. Here, let me dial some of the lighting up. You can still see back here on the fucking desk all of the ISO artifacts. And so, I mean, this is sort of ridiculous. Yeah, not a fan. Let's just put it that way. Not a fan. And sometimes it has autofocus issues. Yeah, like the other day I was having to fucking do this sort of shit and try and get it to autofocus. So, not a recommendation. Not a recommendation. Let's just put it that way. I'll be going over to my Canon run through. I actually have that done intentionally. You have to understand there is a whole bunch of neon lighting, neon pink and blue lighting, happening in this room at this point. It's not the saturation on the device. There's actually, there is blue and pink lighting happening in this room. So yeah, don't take that as a statement of the camera. My problem with the camera is the autofocus and the ISO by and large. Let's see. The timeline of Trump getting locked up is about as likely as him taking office. Bit of a coin flip. Exactly. Let's see. Mitre, there's a huge fucking run on webcams, at least in this country. I can't speak to other countries, but given that the Chinese supply line for a lot of the electronics was hit, then yeah, I would imagine. I know Corsair and their subsidiary Elgato, Logitech, and a few others got hit pretty hard in that run. Let's see. Yeah, and let's see. Can I just say this hot take? It's a pretty bad idea to prosecute your political enemies. It's bad optics, but there comes a point where, if they commit enough crimes, you have an option. You've got a very clear option that you have to decide on. Is that, are you willing to allow the next person a free pass? Because that's what you're saying. Greater good, let sleeping dogs lie. See, that's the thing. We've been doing that as a policy in America for as long as I've been alive and probably long before it. And it just makes every successive presidency even worse, because they know they can get away with it. And they're not going to be prosecuted. They're not going to be taken to task. We don't participate in the International Criminal Court. We don't participate in a whole host of treaties that would otherwise restrict behavior. And look where that's gotten us. Our presidents are free to bomb the shit out of school buses in the middle of Afghanistan with no consequence. None whatsoever. And they're free to rip off the American public to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. They're free to screw up our entire election system. They're free to screw up our postal system. They're free to enrich their friends and their family, and nothing will happen to them. So there does come a point of like cost benefit analysis where you have to go, okay, yeah, it's a bad look to prosecute your former, Jesus Christ, Dimitri, to prosecute your former officials, but I think we finally crossed the Rubicon on this one. It needs to happen. Definitely, this administration has achieved a level of criminality, or shall I say bold-faced criminality, that previous administrations didn't quite touch. The other ones were better at covering it up too, right? We have to admit that the previous administrations were much better at this game than the current administration. They knew how to play the PR game. They knew how to cover their tracks a lot better. This administration has just, their calling card has been stupidity and incompetence from day one. It sort of put it all on display for us. But a lot of it, again, is carryover from the days of yore. Every single executive, cycle seems to get worse and worse as far as overreach goes. And that's because nobody dials it back. Very rarely does an incoming administration say, you know what, all those powers that the previous administration managed to lay their hands on, we think that it's ill-advised and we'd like to legislate our way out of it. We'd like to talk about, turning over some of those executive powers. We'd like to eliminate the previous acts that the previous administration, doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. I mean, Obama could have fucking dealt with the Patriot Act, right? No. Not a chance. Patriot Act 2, Patriot Act renewal, advanced NDAA, it's a whole fucking thing. So do I expect the Biden administration to hand over executive powers en masse? No. It's going to be, that's bad fit. Let's see. We need a common sense group. Us versus them. Tribalism has been a problem since we were in tribes, right? That's the truth of the matter. And don't expect it to go away anytime soon. Look at how many people came through here talking about Bidenism last week, and how many people, no, I don't have hopes for this anytime soon. Yes, Fontaine, yes, Bidenism. Somebody even dared call it anarcho-Bidenism, and I tried not to throw up in my mouth. This taps into a very fundamental, Darwinianly encoded. It was a meme though. Somebody did. No, it was used multiple times. And I don't care. I don't care if it's a meme or not. All right, so here, I'm going to get fucking old man on you, right? I'm going to go total old man on you. Zoomers don't understand the power of memes, apparently. Right? This is how 4chan shit goes down. This is how we end up with people circling the drain of white supremacy and ending up getting into it. Look at the gamer subreddits and how they ironically embraced racism and sexism and homophobia and transphobia as a sort of meme. And then look how many of them ended up racist and homophobic. And, I don't think a lot of people understand the power of some of this stuff. And they use it ironically, which most of these people don't understand the word ironic at this point. And this sort of, it's just a meme, bro. No, it isn't. For maybe this moment it is. It won't be for very long. It starts off as a joke, and then it moves into, then the group that is a fan of it moves in because they see it as a comfortable environment, and they start dog whistling, and then it becomes more explicit, and then you start to see the movement of the window. It's not an Overton window shift really, but then you see it start to convert people, and then you see it to start to infect the community and the culture of the community. And then before you know it, you've got actual gamer subreddits literally just saying the N-word and calling everybody a fag and fucking, you're like, what happened? It's the 4chanification of an arena of discourse. And I think that there's a whole host of people that don't understand the power of this sort of stuff. And like I said, they start off using it ironically. They use it as a joke. And before you know it, you've got QAnon. And you've got people pipe bombing, and you've got people shooting shit up, and you've got people trying to take government officials hostage in the State House. That's the pathway. We've seen it before. I mean, Pizzagate. This is QAnon isn't even the first fucking time this has happened. It's not even the 5th time it's happened. I mean, I think people need to be a little conscious of this sort of meme culture that takes everything lightly, and they don't think about what 5, 10, 20 steps out, what it kind of could look like. Well, fear is a biological response, and it keeps you safe and healthy. So you might want to look into that. That's generally a thing. You should probably have some. Yeah. No, Fontaine. You can just put them in chat. No big deal. I don't open them. I'm never going on that show. Okay, so I'm not going to say never. I don't like absolutes. Fontaine, there's a monitor in front of me that's a horizontal layout. There's a monitor over here to my left that is a vertical layout. And then there's a monitor up there that is also horizontal, but mounted on a VESA mount above everything else. And I need a 4th one, to be perfectly honest. I've been saying it for months. I'm like, I need a 4th monitor. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think I could tolerate Prime K's format. I would be. Oh, and there's a tablet over there. That's connected to all of this as well. So, yeah, there's. If you want to. She conceded. If you want to see it in its, this is its old state. All right, so I'll put a link in chat so you can see the old state. I've moved the top monitor in preparation for a different camera position with a DSLR mount, but here you go. Fontaine, if you want to see the rig. And there's the computer tower itself. So there you go. Yeah, you should treat it as a complete joke. Be like J-Reg when he was on RT. So yeah, I find that show format despicable. I really do. I find it absolutely despicable. The fact that you can buy your way onto the panel, the fact that you can pay to have somebody timed out, the fact that you can pay to kick them off the panel for the night. I absolutely despise that. Oh, jeez. I should go pay $50 to kick him off for the night just to fucking... God, I hate that show. I hate that show with a passion. I really do. Ever since I learned about that was a thing there. I mean, it was just I wrote the theory and I'll do the oh Jesus Christ. Let's hang on. Let me pull a window here, and I'll pull that one, and we'll get past the fucking forced ad first. I still haven't. Oh, fuck. Hey, look who's the first fucking chat message I see. Lady Raincloud. First fucking message I see. Jesus Christ, how long is this ad?
Dad Beat Dead. You want to say something?
Yeah, well, two things here. First off, this is a very tough, sore subject, sexual education for me, because my mom was a teacher her whole life. I've only had her one time as a substitute teacher, and it was the day that they passed around a fucking dildo for all my friends to figure out what testicles were.
All right, so the topic is sex work is work. Yeah, I'm not going to watch it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I'm sure I am too. I mean, she stalked my fucking stream for Christ's sake and tried to like narc me out to random fucking streamers who like me. And I mean, she I mean, she's nuts. She's nuts. How is there less viewers? We eventually, the first hour is always slow. Mayor of Superior. It's usually this week we average about 35 to 50. But the first hour is always a slow build up. Just the way it is. But I don't even know who Patriot News is, but based on the name, I'm not surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at what it is. There we go. Oh, Jesus. 162. Well, they've also been around a lot longer. I'm looking at numbers here.
Every single day telling you how many Americans are.
Oh, we're watching Candace Owens. Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey, whatever you can do, Mayor. Feel free. Feel free. The last few weeks have seen some decent growth, but, you know, yeah. Like I said, I'm only 2.5, 3 months in at this point. Patriot News has been around for quite some time. And, I mean, they're only up to 2,100. And shall we say that the conservative fan base is a bit more rabid than the leftist fan base as far as their like their loyalty, shall we say, when they find an outlet that's willing to kowtow, get a bot going. In what manner should I get a bot going? Clarify, please. I may or may not be opposed to it. But we talk a fair amount of like academic level theory around these parts, and people are sort of forced to have their A game together to interact, or else they will get relatively schooled. And that is sort of a filter as well that prevents a portion of the populace. Is that literally a bot? No. All right. So yeah. Yeah, but like I said, it's usually 45 minutes to a half an hour before we start to see 30 and 40 and 50 sometimes. But that's just been the last like week or two. So who knows? But yeah, it's difficult for me to run a chat like that because I do address people individually. I do talk about individual, Kat, you know, you guys are better at that than I am. I do rely on my community to a certain extent for that sort of stuff. I've only got so much time in the day, and with the pain disability stuff, you know. Cool. Thank you for the link. Oh, I have. I mean, okay, so this is an IRC chat bot. You know, what's the advantage to this other than connecting to IRC? Do it, Kat. You know you're welcome to. Yeah, it just introduces IRC commands into chat. Is that a huge draw? Is there a large portion of the Twitch community that is really looking for IRC commands in their chat? Is there a huge community that understands IRC commands even? I mean, we might as well go back to Usenet. Fuck yeah. Dude, if we could do return to the days of Usenet, I'd be happy. Internet relay chat. Let me try. It's a it's just a communication system that predates most of your messenger services and stuff like that. So yeah, back before the days of MSN Messenger or ICQ, you had IRC, and before that you had Usenet. So it's just one stop on the history and journey of technological communication systems. All right. Let's look at some headlines here. Let's see. Oh, North Dakota's in the news again. These fuckers have been handling their COVID situation just marvelously. They're at all North Dakota hospitals are presently at 100% capacity, and the governor has announced that COVID-19 positive nurses can and should continue to work. So, I mean, America, we're just handling this shit amazingly at this point. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't even know what to say to that. Like, I couldn't imagine. Hey, thank you for the follow, Don. I couldn't imagine being a governor and instructing a portion of the medical community to work, even though they have a respiratory-borne communicable disease in the middle of a pandemic. That's a level of shit fuckery that, okay, sure. But again, they're hospitals that are 100% capacity. They're shit. Yeah, they have no choice. Caregivers are effed. Yes. North Dakota's been shipping patients to other states. I mean, it's like that at this point. We know we haven't done anything correctly from governance on down to the people. A percentage of the people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, but a non-insignificant portion of the populace is not doing. Hey, good for you, Superior. My mom's a lifelong nurse, so I grew up in and around healthcare. So, yeah, there's enough people who aren't distancing, who aren't wearing masks, who aren't washing their fucking hands, and as a result, this. My friends in China and Australia are back to normal. Dude, New Zealand fucking knocked it out of the park. Japan knocked it out of the park. Fucking Australia's doing pretty solid. I mean, even China's doing halfway well, but I mean, they went full authoritarian on their measures. We have more infected caregivers than infected patients at our hospitals. Lovely, lovely. And never forget, at the beginning of the pandemic, nurses and doctors in trash bags as PPE. personal protective equipment. Doctors and nurses in trash bags as PPE, but at the same time, there's fucking cops out on the streets that have millions of dollars worth of military grade gear, outfitted like they're going into World War III. So, yep, South Korea did halfway decent as well. South Korea rolled out a technological dragnet, the likes of which most countries haven't ever seen. They employed their CCTVs, GPS tracking, the cell phone networks, all to do contact tracing at a governmental level. It was interesting. I'd rather have had authoritarian measures than potentially have lost my uncle recently. If there's any use for state action, it's a pandemic. There's authoritarian measures, and then there's what China was doing. More than one video, let's just put it that way, of a metal box rolling up and them just grabbing people off the street and throwing them into it and then driving off. Them boarding up people's apartments and houses and just locking them into it. There's South Korea authoritarian, there's Australia and authoritarian, and then there's China authoritarian. So, gotta love China and their social credit system. Hey, we have a financial credit system. They have a social credit system. It just based on what you prefer. Yeah, and the flamethrowers walking through the streets. China took it a little too far, as China has a tendency to do these days. So, yeah, I mean, I understand the want for it, that, like, if there was ever a time for, where's Randy? We'll let Randy speak on that.
Fuck the Chinese government, there!
If there ever was a time for state action, right, like pandemic is probably one of those justified, at least you could make a claim to justified authority. But you have to moderate and mediate it. And China doesn't do that. They have 1.4 billion people. It's different. Not from a human rights abuses perspective, it's not. From how many people of our population can we afford to lose perspective, yeah, sure. If you want to perform some really fucked up calculus, yeah. Not a fan. Well, look, I'm not a fan of the CCP. I'm not a fan of a bunch of their political ideologies in that country. I'm not a fan of, how the system of governance, blah, 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 blah. But, just wear an effing mask. I know, right? Just stop getting into close quarters with each other. Wear a fucking mask and wash your goddamn hands. But Americans won't even do that. So, pandemic gets worse. I mean, it's going to be an epidemic at a certain point. At a certain point, it's going to die down on the pan portion of the pandemic and become an epidemic in the U.S. Everybody else, I could see that happening. Everybody else reining it in, except maybe Brazil. Brazil definitely isn't doing what they need to do. Bolsonaro fucking got some attention because he basically, I forget the word, the Portuguese word, but some people translate it as fags. It's not. It's more along the line of sissy. But he basically told Brazilians to not behave about COVID like sissies, right? So basically, stop wearing a mask, stop fucking, being all like sissy-like about washing your hands and stuff like that. So, yeah, there will come a point, though, when the rest of the world just sort of moves on and the U.S. still has to deal with this shit. I mean, the only hope at this point for the U.S. is an effective vaccine because we're not going to do shit about this. How about we make it pay people sick leave rather than wear a mask? How about we make it both? Like, there does come a point where you have to, blaming people rather than systems. Who makes up that system? I mean, okay, so we talk about individual sovereignty a lot around here, Mitre. That individual sovereignty comes down to taking a little bit of social responsibility as well. Try not to get your neighbor fucking sick. And if wearing a mask is an authoritarian overreach, if that minor inconvenience is the end-all be-all compared to what else we have, prison industrial complex, higher education that costs $300,000, a fucking military the likes of which this world has never seen, if that's the authoritarian overreach, is wear a fucking mask. I mean, come on. At a certain point, individual sovereignty would, also include social responsibility. Or else the whole thing breaks down. I've lost family in the States and India. Dude, yeah, India didn't handle it well either. They tried, but I just don't think they're equipped nationally to handle that. We're, prison for profit with police for profit is a serious problem. I agree. The entire fucking prison industrial complex is a problem. It's a problem. It's the origins. I have an old podcast episode about the origins and problems with modern policing. The whole system is a problem. From day one, it was a problem. There was never a moment in our country's history where that system was not a problem. So we just weaponized it and commoditized it in the sort of last 40 years, I'd say. So it's become a whole other monolithic problem for us. I feel it'd be good for the brand or to remaster them episodes. Should I just re-record them? Yeah, the military-industrial complex is a whole fucking ball of wax. That, good luck. Good luck. Yeah, we should dismantle that shit. But Americans love that shit. They really do. Even ones that say they don't, you'd be surprised. If you talked about some of the alternatives and what it would mean and that sort of thing, then all of a sudden you find a whole bunch of, centrists that would normally say, well, maybe we should not spend so much money on the mill. All of a sudden they're like, well, let's keep those. And that's not even including the fact that the military-industrial complex in America is essentially a jobs program. It at a certain level, it does become a jobs program. It becomes a infrastructure program. No victim, no crime. Yeah. Good old-fashioned common law shit, Alex. I'm good with that. Alex, I have a question, and feel free not to answer it. Are you in the Las Vegas Valley? Figured. Hello, fellow Las Vegas resident. Yeah. Oops, I can't move that out of there. Nice to meet you as well. There's a few of us that I've met through Twitch and through Podbean and that sort of stuff. Yeah, but yeah, I know that area code. Yeah. So they're and Diamond Bling, yeah, Diamond Bling. Thanks for the follow. It's in their username, Christina. That's the area code for the Las Vegas Valley. We have different beliefs. I think you'd find that, premarital. I think you'd find that we may have a lot of overlap, actually. But we'd have to explore that. And if you don't want to, no worries. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Hey there, premarital. Yeah, you caught it after I asked. Yeah, it's the area code. which is how we say it around here. We say 702 rather than 702 or something like that. It is sort of just a cultural thing here. So yeah, no, I think that the military industrial complex is a whole fucking ball of wax that I think most Americans aren't even equipped, let alone prepared to start having that discussion. And I think there's actually a subconscious, on some subconscious level, I think Americans are kind of afraid of what would happen if we dismantled our military, given what we've done with our military in the past forever. That we're a little concerned about how the rest of the world would treat us if we didn't have this empire, globe-spanning military, the likes of which no one has ever seen before. I think I do. I think on some subconscious level, most Americans are concerned about that. That like, are we going to have our comeuppance? Is somebody going to treat us the same way we've treated everyone else? Yeah. I have mixed views. We need to bolster the ever-loving fuck out of our service industry to handle that jobs loss. Yeah, we would. The military jobs program is, I mean, it's deep. It's deep, and it spans distances that you can't even imagine into the restaurant industries, and I mean, like I said, into retail and food service, and I mean it's got a huge web. I have mixed views on the military, especially since we've treated a lot of people badly in the past. Yeah, that's a bit of an understatement. Yeah, we done pissed everyone off. Succinct as always, Christina. A world where America disbands its army and it doesn't get yeet doesn't exist. Premarital. See, that's what everyone's afraid of. Dude, seriously, on a base level, Americans are terrified of that. They really are. I firmly believe that. It's subconscious for some, conscious for others. Plus, then you have the trouble of colonies like Panama who rely on the Yankee Army due to lacking one of their own. Then we might have to give away some, like Britain did, like Guam and stuff like that. Like, but they're ours. We want them. Yeah. Totally possible. Just all them soldiers would have trouble doing it. What about taxes? Literally the biggest scam since the Holocaust. Really bad joke, Mayor Superior. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Taxes are interesting because as an anarchist, fundamentally anarchists don't believe in taxes. You have Great Britain be like, give me the island, the shiny me want. I love after the empire started disbanding, they're basically holding a few islands behind their backs. So like, what this? Oh, we just found this. Falklands? What? Yeah, so it's a whole fucking thing. China wants Taiwan and Australia badly. They want the entire South China Sea. Does anarchists believe in free enterprise? What style of free enterprise you want? And generally speaking, free association within financial and free association of exchange is a fundamental principle within anarchism. But generally, free enterprise is not what most people think it is. So generally, no. Because what we do isn't free enterprise, not by a long shot. We're already owned by the U.S. You goddamn right they are. Fucking Australia's ours. China doesn't want to actually own Australia. They just want to try and swing it away from their cultural west. Business pay no tax per se would be, I mean, we can pay employees more. Except they wouldn't. Alex, we know they wouldn't. That's why we have a federal minimum wage. We know how capitalism works. We have a history of it. If businesses could pay their employees less, they would. That's what minimum wage means. It's the business looking at you and saying, if I could legally pay you less, I would. I mean, we know how this works. Look at the stock buybacks that happened when we gave them massive tax breaks. Look at what happened to within the realm of business when we give $1.2 trillion of tax refunds and tax breaks. Oh, we'll invest that in our workers. We'll build out infrastructure. No. It's capitalism operates in bad faith. It just does. It's based on taking advantage of a series of some of the worst impulses within human beings. It's authoritarian, it's hierarchical, and it's exploitative. And it doesn't even follow half of what the people that within capitalism ascribe to as philosophers of capitalism. People who quote Adam Smith have never read Adam Smith. People who quote Friedman have never read Friedman. It's like that. We take liberties with the idea of free market capitalism that no one ever intended to be taken except a few extremists like Ayn Rand, and she was a hypocrite writ large. So we definitely need to hold their feet to the fire, as it were. Hey, Zealot! Just got into a game. Hi, and be right back in 30 minutes. No worries. Enjoy your game. What are you playing? Enjoy it either way. I can check. Oh, yeah, it doesn't. You don't have status on Discord for that sort of stuff, so can't tell. How does business work in an anarchist society, and how is power transferred, and how is money distributed? Business works in a democratized manner. It involves direct democracy or consensus decision making. It involves workplace democracy. It involves a heterarchy rather than a hierarchy. Nice. That's why you don't friend anybody who has anything to do with your work life on any social media, Zealot. Rule number 1. If you want to, so here's the thing, Alex, if you want to read what, we'll always live in a mixed economy. There's no way to get to a pure economy. So mostly I advocate for anarcho-syndicalism as sort of a step along the process. Feel free to read that as to sort of see how it works from a governmental and sort of business point of view. But hey, Ginger, what's up, my man? Alex, another Las Vegas local, right in chat behind you. So, like I said, there's a few of us. Yes. I put the link in chat for you, Alex. You can just go to my website and read an essay I wrote on it, and you can go from there. But that's, again, one step on the path, right? Because as there's no, as I always tell people, I'm an incrementalist. There's no magic wand that gets waved and then you tomorrow we get this. It's not how it works. So we have to find a way to incrementalize our way to something else. And so syndicalism is it's derived from the French syndicat, which is trade union or union. And so the reunionization of the workplace is the first step on the path of re-democratizing the workplace. And then to maintain a certain level of equality and equity throughout society and governance, you need some anarchistic principles. So I'll cover those as well in that essay for you. And so you can start to see the tent poles, as it were, of how these sorts of things operate, how you federate them, how you deal with the scope and scale issue, that sort of thing. Oh my God, crack like a motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Oh, let me see if I can find some fucking music here that I don't hate. Does anybody have like an alternative to Monster Cat that they like, that has better fucking? Because Monster Cat's fucking genre selection bothers the fuck out of me. People do all the time, Mayor. 30% of the world's economy is comprised of cooperatively owned business structures. We have a number of anarchistic co-ops throughout this country. I know wildly obscure music that's probably not copyrighted. Yeah, I just want a simple service that I can, like a single website, a single channel, a single something that isn't completely overused, like NCS or something like that. That like everybody knows the music from YouTube videos because everybody uses it. Dude, fucking Mongolian throat singing with metal and hip hop. One of my favorite weird ass like genre combinations, but it's badass as fuck. And I'm not even a metal fan. I own a successful events business. I've been shut down since March. Not complaining, but I'm ready to get back to work. Yeah, you just need to move. Dude, Vegas is going to be for a while. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. It's going to be a rough recovery. I was looking at a couple weeks ago. One of the on-strip stores was I travel for events, same everywhere. All right, cool. They were saying most of the people on the strip visiting are actually locals or like adjacent staters. Utah, Colorado, Arizona, California. Doesn't bother me in the least. I hated those fucking conventions to start with. Having had to go to IT conventions from way back, was never a fan. But yeah, some people make their living doing that, so I understand. It was Mayor of Superior. Lots of things are a huge market. It's the U.S. We're a big market. But yeah, no, those convention centers are fucking huge in this town. I mean, they're large. Oh, it's Wolf.
For the last 30 years, in a place called Silicon.
I'll take a moment here and fucking throw some Richard Wolf on the stream. Why not? Manchu rock folk. Oh, I'm gonna look that shit up. Thank you, Premarital. I always love. This is one of my favorite like side effects of like having an international audience and just talking to like people online like this. I get all sorts of weird ass fucking music recommendations. It's great.
For the last 30 years, in a place called Silicon Valley, the area below San Francisco running to San Jose in that part of California, between the bay and the ocean, is a center, as many of you know, for the telecommunications and computer industries. Every year there, hundreds of engineers quit their jobs. They work with places like Cisco and IBM and Apple and all those kinds of big corporations. They quit. And here's what they say. I hate my job. I hate going there in my tie and my jacket and my formal outfit. I hate being told by some asshole executive what I'm supposed to.
Is there classism within anarchism? No. Anarchism eliminates that entirely. It's 100% without classes. It's about elimination of that sort of thing. There is a command in chat, but I'm just going to run the elevator pitch. Basically, anarchism is a wide river with many streams and tributaries that contribute to it. So there are a whole host of anarchistic philosophies, but at its core, it's about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of power and authority.
To do.
So
I'm not productive. No. I can't explore. I hate my job. I go there because I get a lot of money, but I hate my job. These people in large numbers quit every year. And here's what they do. They walk away and they collect with a few of their friends, 20, 30, 40, their little laptops, and they go to somebody's garage who has a garage, and they line up their laptops, and here's what they say. We're going to come to work in whatever we feel like. Hawaiian shirts and Bermuda shorts. We're going to come with our Frisbees and our toddler and our dog. We're going to come in various states of, how shall I put this, highness. And we're going to have a wonderful time. And we're going to enjoy what we do. And we're going to love to come to work. And guess what? The statistics show they are more productive than the counterparts who stayed behind in the top-down hierarchical capitalist enterprises.
This is a universal thing. It's very difficult to challenge this on any level. Cooperatives have shown near universally the world over that they resist downturns in the economy better. They have a higher success rate in the first 3 years. In fact, the success rate is measured in 5-year increments for cooperatives. They have they're less likely to lay off workers in an economic downturn. They have a higher rate of happiness and satisfaction with their job amongst their workers. It's like I said, you can't really debate these.
And they say so themselves. We are more productive. We are freer here. You know what these people have done? They've walked away from capitalism. They've walked away from a capitalist enterprise, and they've created a non-capitalist enterprise, an enterprise run by the workers themselves. They have strict rules. We're all equal here. No boss, no underling. We work 4 days a week. That's where I got the example I gave you earlier. And on the 5th day, we get together and make all the decisions. We love our jobs. Here's the irony. When I go and speak to them, and they've asked me to come, and I explain all this to them in the larger frame, and I end up looking across the podium and saying, you know, there is a person who kind of came up with this idea in a very interesting way a while back. You may be surprised to know who he is.
Mondragon does this as well. Hang on. Let me get you their numbers. The Mondragon cooperative operation includes 81,507 people. And they have $24.725 billion billion euros in assets, Tolstoy. It scales just fine.
Oh, who is he? Who is he? And I say, Karl Marx. And they look at me with shock, and that's when I learned that most of these people who do this are Republicans. They are. And they think of what they're doing as showing entrepreneurial initiative. And I remember the first time I heard that saying, look, it's fine with me. You want to call it a purple banana? I don't care. But this is what you're doing. You're changing the economic system. Those are very successful companies. So this is not a foreign phenomena. This is not something Americans don't take to. Conservative Americans take to it. And again, history helps us here.
Yeah, you can learn what not to do, Mayor. I'm lucky. I never had to subject myself to that. I never had the dehumanizing experience of working for a large corporation in a employment role. I worked for some very large corporations, but I did it as a consultant. I did it on my terms. And this is where I'm privileged within my field. Or my previous field. I've burned out from being a consultant a few years ago now. But learning that you're a human being, that you have worth, that your labor is being undervalued, that your creativity is being oppressed in most cases, these are the lessons you'll take away from working for a large corporation. It's no way to live. I mean, the Google code base and the Google code structure base is oppressive from a coder's point of view. Everything is standardized. Everything has to be a very specific way. Everything has to be commented a very specific way. It leaves no room for creativity. Look at their fucking latest icons that they've rolled out. It's just brutal working there. It's like working in a company town. No, Mondragon started as a cooperative. They are actually a cooperative. You can have tiered organizational structure, but ultimately it's all answerable to the base level. That's the difference. It is a cooperative, but you need committees. Even within like moderate scale co-ops, you need committees. Yeah, they do. No one has said that you have to structure it one way or the other. I don't know where Tolstoy, take a breath. Take a fucking breath and realize not everybody has to earn the same amount. Okay? Nobody's saying that. Hey, Curio. What's up, my man? You still streaming or you just stopping in? No, you're off. Just check your status. Oh, shit. Cabra put up the Manchu drinking song. I hope this isn't copyrighted. I dig it. See, but you don't understand what a manager in an anarchistic co-op looks like. They don't have the same authority that you expect them to have. Right? A manager in an anarchistic co-op doesn't necessarily have the power to fire or hire even. Right? That has to be put through a vote as well. So the things that you're relating to these ideas, to these terms that you're seeing, aren't necessarily the same definitional structure. So you see the word manager and you think guy who can fire your ass. In an anarchistic co-op, a manager is somebody who manages, who organizes, who handles the scheduling, who handles the time clock, who handles all of that sort of stuff that a manager would otherwise do, but doesn't have the authority and the power to wield over everybody is the same. Then look up Winco Foods. If you don't like the Mondragon example, look up Winco Foods. Look up any other co-op. Like I said, cooperatives make up 30% of the global economy. They are not small. They make up trillions of dollars worth of economic gains. Find any other one. Oftentimes, it can literally be done by employee committee. Yeah, no single person is going to have final say. And usually there's appeals boards and that sort of thing that you can go, what's it like working in your non-right to work state? Oh, it's so much better, Ginger. It's so much better. And having functional unions to get your back. Fucking, because it isn't that with your boss. We all know it's that. Don't argue in bad faith. If your boss likes you, you can fuck up your job to the nth degree and you get away with murder. Come on. Jesus Christ. Yeah, they're worker owned. You are addressing the scale issue. Mondragon scales. You want worker control? Look at Winco Foods here in the States. Look at any other co-op. So stop using Mondragon, Tolstoy, and look at any other co-op. Look at an anarchistic co-op coffee shop if you need a microcosmic example to understand this. I mean, Jesus Christ. Mondragon Scales. That's it. And their workers actually benefit. Mitre, on the topic of worker co-ops and unionization, has a shit ton more knowledge on this one. I'm just going to put that out there. Like, yeah. Someone who definitely has experience in this arena, direct experience. Somebody's feeling combative tonight. Mayor in a right to work state, they can. In a right to work state, the rules for firing are a whole host of things. Seriously, Curio? Like, I mean, it's difficult to tell when you're joking sometimes. It's also one of the worst states to work in, Alex. And that's coming from having lived in Arizona. The only worst one I can think of is Alabama. It's really rough in Alabama. Yeah, it's great to own a business, but it's terrible to actually work for a business. Yeah. Fucking fan. Oh, he's playing Valorant. Okay. Wonder what Zealot was up to. What he was actually playing. He's playing Valorant. I don't know anything about Valorant, really. I know of it. I don't know the game. Free-to-play multiplayer tactical first-person shooter. Seems like a standard FPS multiplayer game. Whatever. Winco Foods is a worker cooperative here in the States that you can look into. Firestorm Books in North Carolina is another one you can look into. You know, Counter-Strike with magic, but it's actually future technology. Interesting. Valorant is decent fun. Yeah, it is actually illegal to unionize a large portion. It's difficult and illegal. We've talked about this extensively in the U.S. See the 1947 Worker Relations Act. There's a whole host of problems with unionization. It was co-opted by the federal government and big business back in the late 40s. We've talked about it extensively on this channel. It's literally illegal to wildcat strike. It's literally illegal to general strike. It's literally illegal for a union to donate directly to a campaign for a political candidate. Unlike a big business, it's a whole fucking issue here. I could actually pull my notes because I did an episode on that one. Let's see. I don't remember what episode that was. I'm a wage slave and all I got was this lousy t-shirt and a crippling nicotine addiction. Let's see. I want to... Oops. I didn't mean to close that. Let's give them a few. Here's a few. Some software, some food. Hey, let's do a video game studio. Oh, fucking Irizar. They do like coach work, I believe. Let's do some shoes. Yeah, let's do some medical equipment. Let's do a grocery store. Just some random choices. Canada's got so many, it's difficult to even pick from. We've got so many as well. Let's do some energy cooperative as well. Let's not forget about South America. Let's include some. There we go. Let's get some Argentina up in the house. All right, there. There's just some. There's just a random selection of worker cooperatives from around the globe. All right, this is by no means, a fucking expansive list, but there's some in India, some in Australia, some in the UK, some in Canada, some in the US, some in Argentina, one out of Venezuela, that sort of thing. They exist in large amounts. Like I said, cooperatives make for 30% of the global economic base. And there's a whole host of them. They span banking, food, energy, grocery, textiles, video game companies, software companies. They make everything. There's not a single industry that there isn't a co-op in as well. That's simple. So, let's see. Let me scroll back a little. Unions hire lobbyists. They used to be able to, but they can't. They're not allowed to directly involve themselves with political campaigns at this point. They can support, they can advocate for, but they're not allowed to donate to, and they're not allowed to have direct intervention in, unlike businesses. But they can lobby for themselves. But 1947. Unions. There we go. I'll pull my notes on that one. And let's go talk about the Taft-Hartley Act. So, in 1935, the National Labor Relations Act, the NLRA, was passed in the United States. Basically, this is what codified the ability for practice, procedure, and collective bargaining by protecting the exercise and workers of full freedom of association, self-organization, and designation of representatives of their own choosing for the purposes of negotiating the terms and conditions of their employment or other mutual aid or protection. This is what created the legal structure for unions and protesting and striking from a workers' basis, right? This is what happened, all right? So, basically, a whole host of strikes hit the U.S. in 45 and 46. And the business interests of this country coordinated with the political interests of this country and pushed through the Labor Management Relations Act of 1947, also known as the Taft-Hartley Act. Now, this was Truman attempted to veto this, but the stacked Congress pushed it through with a supermajority. Now, what does it actually forbid? Well, on the list of prohibited actions are all of the things that allow unions to have power. So, what do we got? Jurisdictional strikes. Hang on, let me clear that. Sorry. So, concerted refusal to work undertaken by a union to assert its rights. Wildcat strikes is a strike action taken without the unionized without the union's leadership. Solidarity or political strikes. Hey, the bus workers union is getting fucked, so the steel workers union is going to strike on their behalf. Secondary boycotts. It's a industrial action by a trade union of a strike initiated by workers in a separate corporation. Mass picketing. Closed shops. So basically, unions arrive to a contract conclusion with a business that says, okay, like you either unionize the entire shop or you can't. Monetary donations by unions to political campaigns. It required union officers to sign non-communist affidavits with the government. Union shops were also heavily restricted. The states were allowed to pass right-to-work laws that banned agency fees and allowed workplaces to fire them with often no cause. This is what happened in the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act, right? So basically, all of the power of the unions was handed over to those CEOs are the exemption that I'll use, Alex. Their skill does not equal the value that they receive. Oftentimes, look at AAA video games, video game companies. Look at CEO heads of like McKesson. That equation doesn't hold them there. Often connections. More often than not, they went to school with the right people. Having grown up with a stepfather who is in one of those circles. I've seen more of those sorts of groups than most people. No, Ginger. No, there isn't. I can't point you to one. So what he's saying is that skill doesn't necessarily equal market value. That there are far more skilled musicians who are not paid the same amount that Miley Cyrus makes. Skill doesn't necessarily equal value. Maybe sometimes it does, but no. The equation just doesn't hold up. It just doesn't. There's no form of economics that you can fall back on that one. Champagne. Exactly. Marketability. DeSutter. I mean, as far as payment, yeah, marketability. This is the skill that's being used, which isn't necessarily a skill. Close the NLRA and go over to that feed. Yeah, I can give you an example of shit union that needs to go away. Police unions. Yeah, no, it actually does. If the artists were willing to compromise their artistic principles to make themselves more marketable, then maybe they could earn more. But their artistic skill, their musical skill, isn't what earned them that. So skill does not necessarily equal value. It's just the truth of the matter. You're asking for an authoritarian hierarchy based around marketability. It's oppressive and leads to shit stuff. It leads to just sequels and trilogy movies and the same rehashed fucking bullshit all the time out of Hollywood, and TV shows and music, and just the reign of mediocrity. It's no way to drive music. No swizaggle, not liberals, anarchists, full leftists, a couple of communists, some socialists. Occasionally we get a Dem sock or two. Right now we got a couple of right-wingers, it seems like. DeSutter, they appeal to the lowest common denominator. That's why. It'll play well on the radio. It'll be a nice anthem song for the basketball arena, and it'll work well in the latest Hollywood action movie. That's it. They appeal to the lowest common denominator. Skill has nothing necessarily to do with it as a musician. The worst of all, a centrist. Our shit union is the SDA, Shop Distributive Alliance. Absolutely in bed with the companies they're supposed to be fighting. They signed, okay, so I want to look up Shop Distributive Alliance. They signed enterprise agreements that were less than the award. Okay, so you're Australian. So this is retail, fast food, and warehousing. Let me find your latest stuff. Oof. Yeah, I'm seeing some of the deals they cut with like 7-Eleven and Amazon. Wow. Some of the shit fuckery involving Kohl's and Woolworths. Yeah, interesting. Champagne. Yeah, I mean, Mitre is a perfect example. Look what happened with teachers here and their compromised unions. And again, see the Taft-Hartley Act. Unions don't work for the people in the unions except for one in this country, the police unions. They're on board with the status quo otherwise. They kowtow to county commissioners and state governorships and federal oversight. It's absolutely ridiculous. And all of that stems from a 1947 piece of legislation that fundamentally undermined the rights and powers of union members. Union leadership is free to turn it into a huge racket, and they have to have the business that they're interacting with oftentimes on their board, depending on the state that you're operating this union in. Some of the compromises that were made in this country concerning unionization are absolutely psychotic. RAFWU. I'm going to look them up too. Retail and Fast Food Workers Union. 4 years old. Interesting. How many members they have? Oh, geez, they can't even, because of industry coverage restrictions, they're still not allowed to be a registered employee organization. And they've got some interesting stances. That's a shame. Thank you, Christina. The licensing of hairdressers, hang on. I find zero reference to unions being responsible for the licensing of hairdressers. It seems to have come out of, it seems to come directly out of state legislation, not influenced by trade unions, more so by health and safety concerns by the general populace. No, you're thinking of high art, Tolstoy. You're not thinking of art. Art has existed across all classes and all time. Art was on the cave walls. Yeah, the commercialization of art had a lot to do with the upper class phenomena, upper class. But there were always people painting. There were always people singing. There was always music being made. Art was accessed, and yeah, it was mostly accessed by them. No, art was accessed by everyone. That's bullshit, and you know it. Art was not accessible for the vast majority of people. Do you understand art isn't commercial art, right? You understand that art is singing, art is music, art is drawing, art is dance. Art is, Jesus Christ. Selling art is the commercialization of art. All of humankind through all civilization and cultures have had access to art. That's insane. So they didn't have access to Mozart. Congratulations. Did they have access to song and music and dance? Then they had access to art. Your statements are just unequivocally incorrect. So is the $34 million, $37 million Qing Dynasty vase a walling off of all ceramic arts? Tolstoy's a Rick. No, he's not arguing it. Well, he's getting there. Yep. I was thinking the same thing, Mitra. Yeah, music wasn't exclusive to opera. That's an insane statement to say that only the rich had access to art. Maybe some art, but that's the way it always works. Do I get to own a Van Gogh? No. The rich have always walled people off from certain things. That's just the way it goes. Until we address the class inequality and inequity within our society, it's going to continue to be that way. But to say that art was blanket statement, it only accessible by the wealthy and the upper class, is a misunderstanding of art's history. Maybe take an art history class if you think that that's how it works. African drums, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. This is somebody who's given their consciousness over to capitalism. Then what the fuck were you paying attention to when you took those classes? No, some art. Some art. Some art. What part of this do you not understand? Some art was. Art is a bigger concept than just that was financed by the upper classes. You know that. You're arguing in bad faith, and you know it. To say that art was exclusively the domain of the upper classes is to deny the fact that all things are essentially art. That the way a framer of a house puts up and lines up the angles is artistic. that there's a piece of art from before the 19th century that wasn't financed by a nobleman or a statesman. There you go. Here's another. Here's another. Here's another one that was fucking made by everyday people that had nothing to do with those that were high in power in China. How many more examples do I need to give? Music, pottery, weaving, visual, painting, dance. Oh, Balinese. Yeah. Not paid for by a nobleman. Fuck yeah. No, I don't want to have that conversation. Somebody else, Mitre, then you're going to have to call in as well. You made a claim that all art is exclusive to the upper class and that it was wholly financed by the upper classes. I made a claim that art is universal, and while there may be monetized art, that the claim that art is solely being financed, that it's commoditized, that it's being driven by moneyed interests is a massive oversight and myopic at best. That art spans all cultures, all times, throughout all of history, and for most of it, money did not influence who had access to it. It did not influence who produced it. That Balinese traditional music was accessible to the entire island of Bali. That it wasn't solely the royalty that had access to it. Morpheus, hey, are you my same Morpheus that comes through from time to time? Because of the 8624, it's difficult to transcribe into my memory. The discussion of marketability of art, no, it spawned out of a conversation of Tolstoy's claim that skill equals value. And Mitre used the example of artists that don't necessarily make as much money, especially musicians, who are clearly more skilled than many of the pop stars we put up with today. And that marketability is the actual thing that's being used to drive that valuation. Okay, so you are the same Morpheus. Oh, was that Tolstoy? That was Alex? All right, fair enough. They've merged in my mind. I'm just gonna have to scroll up. Oh, I can't do it there. Jesus Christ. OBS has a limited log cycle. I have to go over here. Hang on. Jesus. Dude, that's some rhythm. That's some fucking rhythm. Dude. As a non-musician, shit like that amazes me. I quote Tolstoy, "Well, until the late 19th century, art was entirely an upper-class phenomenon. It was financed wholly by the upper class or the state, but most often wealthy noblemen. It was produced by them and most often only accessed by them. Artists did not have to care about appealing to a wide margin of different people or making sales before they were forced to enter the marketplace." Right, Big Papa? And yeah, Cat, exactly. Yes, Alex said the value equals skill. Yeah, I checked that in the log as well. Dude, I want to see a video of them playing this shit. Like, I want to see the insanity that's going on. Is there... How would I find that? Oh, there we go. Oh, this is insane. I didn't, okay. Hey, Sue. And here's what Mitre was talking about. Dude, 6 foot. Hey, Sue, bring some sanity. Oh, yep, you're already there. Look at you, motherfucker. Look at you.
Hey, I know how it goes, bro. I know how it goes. Hello, everyone.
Everybody say hi to Sue. It's been interesting. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, what's the insanity going on that I need to bring some reality back to this?
Let me see if I can. Oh, let me keep the Irish music playing because, quite frankly, I like it. Let's just say there was a statement made. Oh, hey, hang on. Fucking get back up there. Let's just say there was a statement made about art and high nobility and 19th century nobility and it not existing because prior to that, because wealthy people financed it. We've already covered a fair amount of Native American art and Aboriginal art and African art and it's
So
been-
basically, someone's trying to claim that indigenous art is primitive and neoliberal European art is much more sophisticated.
It has to do with financing of art and the marketability of art in the common market of today. And the conversation winds and weaves and gets a little hazy and murky at points. Dude, you literally...
Okay, wait.
I literally read that statement back on air 3 minutes ago. It was literally a blanket statement.
Oh. Okay, first things first, art was around long before any rich people ever invested in art. Even within the European white people's culture, it was way beyond that. So just because individual tribes or individual nations or group or races of people have different ideas or different way of art forms does not invalidate any of those art forms or make them primitive. Can we say backpedaling and goalpost changing?
Foot pivoting for sure. God, I love the Irish pub music. I really do. The fact that just fucking locals come down to the pub and they're just like, let's get drunk and play music. Like, dude, that's so fucking cool. Like, Americans are like, let's go down to the fucking bar and watch sports. How about you, like, bring a violin and a fucking, like, that'd be amazing. This should be a thing. It really should be a thing. So much cooler than our shit. So much cooler than our shit. All right, so this is what Kat put up. So we were listening to some Balinese music earlier, and they were fucking jamming.
So this is a traditional music played along while Muay Thai.
Yeah, it seems.
Well,
It seems
artists
to
of
be,
Thai.
you know, a Thai traditional music style, and I mean, it's going over the PA and shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, and I'm betting this goes back as far as Muay Thai and probably before it even.
Yeah. The whole point of adding the music to it is actually helping the Muay Thai fighter with its moves that it's been practicing, considering that it is done within that same time, within that same frame. The music and the moves and teachings of Muay Thai are deeply intertwined.
I mean, everybody knows a little bit of rhythm helps you. You know,
Yeah.
Everybody likes to work out to music.
Yeah.
Did the native warriors use drums and shit like that to get their jam going?
Oh yeah, when we did a lot of different things between dancing, practicing many different art forms, many different sports and stuff like that. Many different fighting skills and teachings. We used our music in that as well. Albeit, there is a famous saying that you're safe and fine as long as you can hear the drum beat, but once it stops, you're fucked.
Let's check who gave the recommendation of Bulgarian Women's Choir. It was
Hey, thanks for following, Alex. Good job. Good job.
6 foot. Oh yeah, hey Ox. One of our Vegas locals. 6 foot ant fucking put up some Bulgarian Women's Choir as a fucking as something to listen to as well. Oh, that's baller.
Well, you also have the hookah too, right? Or the haka, I mean.
Oh,
The Maori
dude.
haka.
Yeah, the haka is fucking. It's intended to be terrifying. I mean, it's a warrior's chant and dance, right? Like it's meant to fuck with your head. All right, skip to like a minute if you want. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I have a soft spot for like a cappella and stuff like that and choir that like, you know, fuck the groups that eschew the instrumentation and use their vocalization as the instrumentation. You know. Oh, fucking A. Of course I Control C when I should have Control V'd. All right, and then like a minute. Greased up brown boys. I'm just saying this is my jam.
The jam is the factor that Kai really loves greased up brown boys.
Just saying.
Just saying, yeah.
Where is
No kink or fetish shame here. No. You don't do that here.
just saying there's some real prettiness on display here. Ah, not you. Okay. Anyway, that was a fun video, but for different reasons, Kat. Fucking. Yeah, the music was playing. Music. I was looking at a more a different version of art. The human body can be art. Yeah, I was looking at their movements and their fighting style. Hey, Joe.
Yeah, 6 foot ant. Yeah. He was distracted.
Pretty. Like, what are you gonna do? Yeah. So that was, dude. It's been a relatively slow night, other than a fairly active chat. I'll give it that. But oh, hey, Ghost. Yeah, we've been hanging around 30 this whole night. Do you think the state should gather food like rice and frozen meals that have a shelf life and yeah, blah blah blah, breadlines, blah blah blah, that have a shelf life and give out food for free instead of taking over the markets themselves? They use tax to buy the food. Governments were created by the people for the people. Shouldn't it be one of the first priorities for governments? You could address the food insecurity at a base level by addressing the economic problems. I mean, that's...
Actually, I just had a conversation with someone earlier today that was looking at running for city council within their town.
I mean,
Chip,
you need to stopgap it before you address it. But, I mean, ultimately... Hey, Taz! Ultimately, I mean, end stage, you should be talking about the economics that are driving, the logistics and economics that are driving food insecurity to start with. But, you know, in the meantime... So, what did they have to say?
one of the things that we discussed was, okay, the farmers around that township have about a 40% of their product or produce that goes rotten because they're not able to sell it in markets.
Well,
whether it's just
yeah,
extra overflow that's unable to be sold in markets. Yeah.
yeah,
So
it's usually a price gap issue for them.
yeah. So one of the things that we were discussing was, excuse me, that food, that 40% or more, can be taken off their hands by a city, township, or government, and given to them as like a tax cut or a break on some or a percentage of the debt that they say maybe owe the bank or something. So in which case, then you take that percentage of food and you feed the poor homeless population, right?
I mean,
And then in return, what you're doing is you're helping to reduce and alleviate the cost or what their debt might be, either whether it's to the government or the banks.
oh, wait, hang on. Just keep going. I'm looking for statistics surrounding food loss and food waste because, yes, Ghost, food rots, but food loss and food waste are two entirely different categories of statistical analysis for the food topic, food inequality and food access topics. And food waste is, I do believe, it's 1.3 billion tons wasted in this country alone, with 25% of the country's water use involved in that waste. So, and this is coming from World Counts as well as RTS and the USDA. I'm looking at collating these statistics. And so it's a bigger topic than just, like, oh, well, food rots. Yes, food does rot, but it's a logistics issue more often than not.
Yeah.
And so it's oh, well, the classic example is India a few years ago let thousands and thousands of tons of grain rot in holding fields because the market price had gone down on it. And the producers and suppliers and middlemen didn't want to sell any grain at a loss. So they would rather it rot in the fields and then claim an insurance claim on it.
Yeah, and collect their money that way.
Yeah. And so you see this in oil production as well. The ships will sit right off the shore until the price changes. So they're just they're burning diesel anyway while they're anchored offshore. It's a whole fucking thing.
So a part of what the conversation was finding ways to fix that or remedy that.
Yeah.
And at the same time, improving people's conditions in life, right?
Yeah, and see, that would involve, I mean, the idea of, alleviating some of the farmers' debt load as a byproduct or a knock-on effect of contributing to that cycle would be useful, but I can already hear Americans screaming communism. Because,
Yeah, well,
oh, yeah. It's, because you're going to involve yourselves in the debt cycle. And, that already is like, well, who's going to pay the banks? Are the taxpayers going to pay the banks? This is, I can hear that conversation on Fox News already.
well, I mean, technically, taxpayers have already coughed up a shit ton of money for these rich to get away with shit while they're still paying us for back payment and debt owing on rent and shit like that. So, what's the difference?
Trust me, I don't see a fucking difference, but there's a whole bunch of fucking capitalist chuds that do see a difference.
This is probably not what you envision when you think of dining out in France.
That's from the Global Waste. France, basically...
The free food line at a homeless shelter in Paris. Yet food charities estimate that more than 2.5 million people in France depend on food handouts in one form or another.
Food looks good
Yeah.
too.
At the same time, restaurants, food stores, and French families dump tons of still edible food products into the trash each year. Something that has produced what some say now is a sad and far too common sight. Scavengers going through other people's.
I'm looking at a PLS one study by Monica Vanden Bos Verma, Linda De Vries, Tom Achterbach, and Martin Rufian. Basically, they ran the numbers recently, as in February of 2020, and they estimate that the food waste is actually twice as high as previous estimates.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we could take that food waste, and instead of it being food waste, we can actually use it to people and give it to people that actually need it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's no longer a waste.
I mean, this is the fundamental problem with basically the entire capitalist logistics supply chain, right? We have the thing, but you can't have it because you don't have the magic dollar reduce. And that's, I mean, it's inhumane, it's cruel, it's stupid, it's counterproductive.
One of the things we talked about was like, okay, say some of the bigger corporations offering tax breaks as an incentive for it.
They already, I wouldn't dare. They already get so many tax breaks. I mean, GE hasn't paid taxes in so fucking long.
I'm fully aware of it. The problem that I have,
Oh,
though, is that unless you give them some bonus that they're willing to jump for.
reverse tax breaks. Punish all those that don't.
Yep. That was one of the other things we discussed too.
Yeah, you could.
If you do not subscribe to this, then you get penalized for it.
Yeah, that I would do a reverse tax break, and fucking like that's definitely a way to go, I think.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Neither does Trump. Scooter. Trump doesn't pay taxes either. Oh, wait, sorry, he paid 700 and something in tax.
Yeah, 750 1 year.
Yeah, compared to the millions that he made in profit.
So I'm looking at a linear log relationship between consumer affluence and food waste. So basically, I mean, I can sum it up without having to go into the math of a linear log relationship. But basically what it means is the more affluent a country you see, the more food waste they have. And this is sort of common sense, but they did the math on it, and they found that the cited global estimate of food waste is underestimated by a factor greater than 2. So basically, it was previously thought that we were wasting 214 kilocalories per day on per capita. But what they found was we're wasting 527 kilocalories per day per capita. So if you take your diet and you say, okay, so I have 527 calories worth. It's technically kilocalories, but in this country we just call them calories. It per day, per individual, that is being wasted throughout the system, and say, okay, what if we tabulate that number? What does that number look like, and what does it equate to when we talk about childhood starvation, homeless food insecurity, just general working class food insecurity? What that equals is basically feeding the starving, feeding the hungry.
Yeah, like that's such a horrific crime.
And yeah, so it's resolvable.
I'm sitting here, and every month since the pandemic started, I've had to, towards the last 2 weeks of the month, literally put in to get a food hamper from a food bank in order to make me not run out of food.
Yeah.
By the time in between that last 2 weeks before my paycheck, which really sucks.
Oh, me, Trey. Just look at my face. Okay.
I don't think Miche is wrong for chasing off the chuds.
Dude, I was so sick of that conversation. I was so sick of that conversation. I mean, calling art before 1900s primitive, before, I mean, the commercialization of the arts, I was so sick of that conversation. And it's just fucking closed-minded, myopic nature of that entire conversation. I was over it. I was so over it. I mean, he had fine. You want one example of co-ops? Here's Mondragon. Well, it's not worker run. It's only worker owned. Okay, fine. Here's Winco Foods. Here's fucking a list of co-ops from around the globe. Here's, fucking cooperatives make up 30% of our global economy. Just fucking pick one. Then it just keeps moving and keeps moving and keeps moving and keeps moving and keeps moving. I was so sick of that shit. So, yeah, don't apologize.
Yeah. Good job, Meat.
Fucking, it was just mind-numbing. You're going to have to give more context, or I need to scroll up. Yeah, DeSuter, you're going to have to give more context for that. 30% of the global economy is comprised of cooperative business structure. Kaiser.
30%. Now imagine if we can expand that to 80% or 90 or even better yet, 100%. Wow. Oh, no, wait, sorry. That's communism. That's unacceptable. The idiot logic that has to go into that.
Yeah. It's people. I wanted to start banging my head on the desk, honestly, at a certain point, especially when the fucking comment about that I read out loud that he then denied saying after I read it out loud straight from the fucking chat log. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, they're famous for that, right?
I learned, yeah. Then I was like, wait, at my elite university where I did my master's, I learned about the primitive art of the proletariat. And despite despising it myself, I need to tell all of you how the mass market access to everything makes things great. Yeah, it was ridiculous.
So basically, no elitists thinking that.
Thank you, Deserter.
What is it? The exploit?
It was clarification. Just go ahead and finish your thought. It was clarification from an earlier comment.
No, basically the dude's just coming from a snobby elitist, rich people's school or university or college.
Just a mentality. It's a capitalist chud, and like he just is going to defend it no matter what. And yeah, when he rolled out the primitive, I was like, Jesus Christ, we're going there. We're going there because I mean, he made a blanket statement about how art there was no art access pre-19th century, and the only reason that it was being created was because of like post-19th century noblemen and shit like that. And it's like,
oh no.
I was like, dude, art has existed through every culture, every society, and every location on the face of the planet since before time. Like this, I like my first example I put up was like beautiful paintings on a cave wall.
Yeah.
Like,
hey, cavemen did beautiful artwork on cave walls.
It was
way before when it was like literally dinosaurs were walking the earth.
Not literally, but let's not encourage the fucking young Earth creationists, but close enough. Let's see, what do I got? All right, cool. DeSuter, that is some bullshit, right? The WHO backing up Monsanto and the one-use grain cycle in, third world, let's say developing. But that happens here as well. Fucking farmers are not generally speaking, you mean Flintstones was a lie? No. Farmers, farmers, even in developed nations, aren't fucking rich fuckers. Now, the large-scale industrial farm, corporations are a whole other conversation to be had. But, if you go drive through Kansas and just stop at a random corn farm, they're getting fucked as hard as anybody else. Their profit margins are so goddamn thin. And oftentimes they're working for a deficit. Nah, you're fine, DeSuter. They're often working at a deficit, for their production values. And like that tariff bullshit that Trump did against China that fucked corn and soybean and barley. And there's another one that completely fucked them. And then they had it rotting in the fields. Those guys are screwed because of that shit. And then you introduce something like Monsanto that's like, yeah, we have a single-use fucking seed. And by the way, if it happens to pollinate a field across from the person who uses it and it spreads in your field, then we're going to sue you, take you to court, and fine you millions of dollars. And you better believe the court system that's completely jerry-rigged on part of the large corporations and capitalist dickheads is going to side with us. And they have. Yeah. And so,
sickening.
It's, like, has anybody seen Super Size Me 2? Fucking go watch that shit. It talks about the chicken industry or big chicken and Tyson Foods and fucking all that shit. Like, seriously, worth a watch. Like, because a few of the farmers break ranks and talk about how fucked they are by these massive corporations. And it is absolutely astounding. And those farmers get blacklisted. They get fucking blacklisted and they're not able to work within the industry. I mean, 4 or 5 generations of chicken farmers. And they're like, I'm going to lose the farm.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Because some big corporation decides that their greed is more important.
Oh, Jesus Christ. At the end, let's see. And then tried twisting it that you made a blanket statement about art first. I know. I'm like, these fuckers don't... I swear to God, people act like this isn't being recorded. It is astounding that, like, I have chat logs, I have chat on the screen, my words are being recorded. Like, people act like, it's like, motherfucker, we could just go back and look. It's absolutely ridiculous. And at the end, quote, where I went to school, we had terrific manners. Oh, fuck that. That's already smacks of disingenuous bullshit.
So if he had terrific manners where he went to school, wouldn't that, with his statements that he made here, wouldn't that show just how bullshit and un-terrific mannered they were?
Yeah, that's the classic Eurocentric concept of manners. It's how we ended up in America like, oh, you don't talk about religion or politics. Never mind the fact that I tacitly support hanging the darkies back behind the shed, but we don't talk about that because that's poor manners. It's disingenuous, two-faced skullduggery at best. Fucking perhaps good sir. Oh, Jesus Christ. Unironically rolling out a good sir in 2020 is fucking hilarious. You should do that too. Good day. I have an appointment with my mother. fucking good day. I said good day, sir.
I bid you a good day, sir.
And then he made a really snarky comment about the cave paintings. Of course he did, because fucking primitives. Cave art is the Christina, and he was like, cave art is the example. This is the art you want today. Yeah, I kind of do, actually. It is unironically. Yeah, unironically, I kind of do. More of it, at least.
Consider all the trees you would be saving if you went back to cave art.
I would. I mean, a little less Nicki Minaj and a little more fucking just heartfelt cave paintings of the naturalistic world or something. I'm okay with that. I'm okay. Can we trade a couple of Nicki Minaj's and like Kardashians for some shit like that? I'm good with that trade-off.
I mean, then again, when you look at it, you also have what do they call them? Urban art, where literally
graffiti.
And literally it's way better than what the building looked like prior to the graffiti.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and Christina and Cardi B. Yeah, no, I think cities should pay graffiti artists.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
100%.
That should be on top of it.
Yeah, rather than if a cop rolls up and catches you putting a piece on a wall, rather than a citation, they should hand you a check. Like, thanks for making this dreary shithole look a little bit more lively.
Exactly right.
Mitre, but we all have greater access to corn now, and it's just as tasty and delicious. Yeah, sure it is. Coated in glyphosate.
We all have greater access to it, but yet there's people still starving that don't have any access to it at all.
Well, this is capitalism in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Capitalism is antithetical to morality. Yes, it is, Ginger. It is. It is. I mean, it's inherently exploitative, authoritarian, and hierarchical. There's no way to rectify that. It's like saying
there is a way to rectify it. Get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like me saying I'm going to stab you in the face. It's moral and ethical. I'm just, I'm stabbing you in the face. I mean, sure, I'm not stabbing everyone in the face. See, there's all these people out here that I am not stabbing in the face. You're getting stabbed in the face, sure. But look at all these other people that aren't getting stabbed in the face right now. It's a very, very ruthless and disingenuous way to talk about ethics within a modern context to include capitalistic ventures in that conversation. They screw over so many people.
Yeah.
GMOs would be so based if they weren't being used to fuck people. I'm fine with that. But yeah, right now GMOs are largely being used to create sort of monoculture crops and crops that are heavily reliant upon pesticides, fungicides, and herbicides. And so basically, you spray something like glyphosate on the field, it kills everything except a glyphosate-resistant crop. And you have to genetically modify that crop to be glyphosate-resistant. And so, yeah, that's, Monsanto is a classic example of using GMOs in order to wreak havoc.
I mean, let's face it. I mean, we also see the very product of that with their genetically enhancing food. When we look at our younger generation and how so many of them look like they're grown adults before they're actually adults. I have nephews that literally at 16, 17 have almost a full beard.
Well,
you know what I mean?
I knew some of those motherfuckers too back in the day.
Yeah, but that wasn't so widespread as it is today, right?
Yeah, the hormone thing it's interesting. There's hormone disrupting compounds within our ecosystem now that we're getting exposed to on a regular basis. But either way, Big Papa, 6 foot, the ones that people think the hormones are in have never been allowed to have, like, chicken is one of the ones that catches a big fucking, like, it catches a lot of shit for this. You're not allowed to inject chicken with hormones. So, like, if you see this shit in a store, by the way, like all natural, cage-free, free range, hormone-free chicken, all of that means nothing. Those are just marketing terms. They're not regulated by the FDA. They're not a cage-free. Just means, hey, we didn't cram it into a 1 foot by 1 foot space. Free range means that they have to have, I believe, access for 40% of their day. I believe that's the number. For 40% of the day, they have to have access to the outside. Now, what is that defined as? You can put a fucking screen in the front of the building that gives them access to 1 square foot. That counts as free range.
And 6 foot and beef is also part of the growth hormone.
Beef is problematic across the board. Beef has a whole lot of issues. Let's just put it that way. It's RBGF.
And then you get like Walmart down in the States that literally was putting in that pink fluffer stuff
Oh yeah. Sorry. RBGH. I'm sorry. There we go. RBGH. Recombinant bovine growth hormone. Is the one that they got hit for pretty hard. All natural was part of the chicken synthetic at some point. Dude, all natural means nothing. If you're in the U.S., I can't speak for other nations, but I can tell you for a fact, in the U.S., if you see all natural, it is an unregulated term, and it literally means nothing.
Now, if you happen to be driving down like a country road and see a little farmer stand on the side of the road and it says all natural, you can pretty much bet that it is going to be all natural, and that's why it's on a little stand on the side of the road. Because if it's not all natural, then it would be in a convenience store or a shopping store or a
yeah, the things that you see as marketing terms. Artisanal means nothing. It means absolutely nothing. McDonald's has an artisanal hamburger, right? Like this is it's a real fucking thing. You can go to a McDonald's and order a menu item that has the word artisanal in it. I'm sorry.
You know what makes me shake my head though, Kai? Honestly, prime example: blueberries. When they claim that it's out of season and they jack up the price, yet the blueberries that they're getting in the stores,
they're importing them,
are either imported from some big corporation that has made a huge big blueberry factory, that it doesn't matter what season it is in, it's still growing and they're still producing it, right? But yet marketing strategy, well, we need to jack up the price because technically if it's a natural blueberry, then it's out of season. So
we there's this really, okay, so I had to look it up because I know, like, off the top of my head, that it's Elizabeth White. She was the daughter of a New Jersey cranberry grower who basically figured out how to domesticate the blueberry. Up until 1893, no one had figured out how to domesticate the blueberry. It was a very difficult crop to domesticate for us, and she figured it out. And then Frederick Coville, a USDA botanist, figured out how to cultivate the wild blueberries for breeding. And so they figured out, they need acidic soil and how to, it was 1916 before the first commercial blueberry harvest was actually sold. But to what Sue was saying, now, you have hothouse tomatoes year round. You have importation from Central and South America in different growing cycles. And, all of the sort of manipulation of the growing season to supply a ever-growing and demanding capitalistic market that doesn't live within its means. I want a tomato year-round, so if we have to fucking grow it in Peru, then grow it in Peru and ship it over.
Yeah. Hey, Callie Brown Bear.
Hey, what's up, Callie? Let's see. Forged by the finest McCraft person. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. In Romania and Eastern Europe, you eat seasonal. And again, you should. I mean, this should be the norm. Like, we need to knock this shit off. But the fact of the matter is that most Americans aren't going to like going without their thing, whether it's a basket of blueberries or strawberries or tomatoes or beef or, the amount of chicken this world produces is obscene. It's obscene. Every second, I believe there's on average 4 chickens waiting for you.
Kai, we need to do this. Tale of Two Rabbits.
Oh, the banana thing?
No. If we could be so kind as to get him into Discord and get him into the chat with us.
Oh, all right. Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yes, and they're actually clones. Plantains are different in Collab. Plantains are a different thing entirely. But the bananas have threatened to collapse numerous times, and it looks like it's probably going to come one of these days. And so yeah, Two Rabbits, just click the Discord link, jump over to voice chat. I'll move you to the on-air section. Yeah, the banana issue is a whole fucking ball game.
Here we go. Yes. I take it you've never seen anything of what Tale of Two Rabbits has done.
You posted a video one night.
Okay, so then you are familiar with who he is and what he does, right? Or at least somewhat.
Yeah, a little bit. The Cavendish would be the ones wiped out, but yeah, no, the non-manipulated, non-cloned ones that still have seeds. Which if you haven't seen an actual natural banana, they don't look anything really like what you're used to. Get one for you here. A side-by-side comparison. There you go. That's what we produce, and that's closer to what you'd find if you were just walking along and you found a banana.
Yeah, look at that. Two totally different things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Watermelons too. The watermelons. The watermelons before we fucked with them are like you can barely recognize what they are. Let me try and find a photo of one of them. What the fuck?
Yeah, Metamorphosis. Yeah, they literally have used genetics to like totally increase the size and productivity of most fruits and stuff and vegetables and so forth.
Here's a 17th century painting of what a watermelon used to look like.
Totally different. Totally different.
Kaiser. So I need to close that. Close that. Drop that. Rabbit, just click on the voice chat area on Discord when you're ready, and then I'll move you over to on air. So much rind. Oh, yeah. Are you a cloned Cavendish, or are you just excited to see me? Inquilab, I'm from India. We have a lot of different kinds here. Look and taste vastly different. Even the color is different. Hard to believe they're all the same. Exactly. We'll have, see what we'll do is when the Cavendish dies out because of another plague that hits it, we'll fall back on another species, another varietal of banana. And then we'll genetically manipulate it, we'll inbreed it, and we'll crossbreed it until it becomes a monocultured crop. And then another plague will hit it and kill it off. And there'll probably be some cross-varietal, attribution, and it'll kill off that varietal in the wild as well, in addition to the cropping, until we've killed off all of the banana strains. Morpheus, strawberries in the supermarket are weird, hulked out strawberries. I don't know if you've ever had a wild forest strawberry, because strawberries, yeah, they're amazing, right? They're itty bitty, but they're fucking amazing.
Yes.
They're an entirely different ballgame. They grow wild all throughout Vermont, where I grew up. And it is just, you'd be walking around in the forest, you're walking out and you see some strawberries and you just eat them. And I assure you, a strawberry the size of like your like fingernail, sort of tip of your ring finger territory, has more flavor than all of that basket of strawberries you bought in the supermarket.
Oh, yeah.
Let's
and way more healthier and beneficial to you.
Okay, Goran, do you really want to see the bananas again? Because I can pull the bananas. Here you go, Goran. Some banana porn just for you. Oh, I have some suggestions then. Cavendish is overrated as fuck. We call them Robusta here. He can pull the bananas. You heard it here first. Another man of culture. All junk food for me. No earthly goods, and I've never eaten weird berries in the woods. It's Morpheus. Yeah. Honestly, it's like a homegrown tomato. You know, it just this store-bought shit. Like I grew up with quite a few full, just organic, naturalistic, old school gardens. My mom had a greenhouse in our home in Vermont. We had quite a bit of acreage in Vermont, and so like we had fields and gardens, and I mean we had a field of asparagus, for fuck's sake, like a lot of it. We had everything: rhubarb, zucchini, cucumbers, tomatoes of all sorts, shapes and sizes and colors, you know, strawberries and blackberries and raspberries and lettuce and spinach, and I mean we had everything that you could need from fucking gardens. And I've never tasted anything quite similar outside of like going to the deep south.
Hey, please have a good sleep. Rest well.
Let's see. Oh, catch you later, Giggle. I hope you get some rest. And you know, like outside the deep south. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Outside the deep south, where you know they have a decent garden culture, and they know how to farm some shit using good land. I've moved around this country, and we've been depleting the soil for quite some time. And it you can taste it. You can taste it. I'm growing chilies right now, spicier than any store-bought trash. Fuck yeah, Callie. I have an acquaintance over in San Bernardino that does a fairly decent chili harvest. That he produces a decent amount of those for his house. Let's see. Wild blackberries are way better than store-bought too. Pain in the ass to pick, but worth it. Alex, I've been to Essex Junction, Vermont. Okay place, very expensive. Well, Essex is, I mean, it's like going to Burlington. It's essentially, it's a community area. Let's just put it that way. And so prices get driven up. But I can point you to a whole host of areas in Vermont.
Voice.
Oh, yeah, he finally made it in. All right. I can point you to a whole host of areas in Vermont that aren't overpriced, and you can get 60 acres and 2-story houses with 4,000 square feet for, $200,000 and that sort of stuff. What is it? What it is, Tale of Twin Rabbits? That. Copy and paste.
What he said.
Exactly.
The only one that I know is Matake Oasa. Sorry, I didn't learn the greetings.
Oh, that's okay. All good.
Alex.
Ambawashte is basically saying good day.
Okay, all right.
And then Kola, as you probably know, is like friend, right?
Yeah, that one I've heard.
Yeah.
I did sweats with a guy who's Dakota, but I didn't learn a lot of the prayers. That's my own fault.
No, how do I put it? That's like a 50-50. The elders that I grew up with always told me to learn other people's culture so that I can appreciate mine even more.
Oh, agreed. Totally agreed.
Yeah. But I'm just like grinning from ear to ear right now. I'm extremely happy that you're here with us.
Am I making your morning or your evening? What time zone are we in?
My morning, I'm like 3:19 a.m. So yeah, you're making my morning.
Sweet. All right.
It's 2:19 here.
So you're on East Coast?
No, I'm on more towards the West Coast.
Yeah, he's
Kai's East
central.
Coast.
I'm in Vegas.
Oh, Vegas. All right.
You know, Sin City.
There. I've been there. I used to go for business conventions when I worked for a printing company.
Yep. You won't be coming back for any conventions anytime soon.
No, I was pretty good the 2 times that I went. I went to where they got the whole street lit up. The what's that
Fremont.
experience?
Fremont.
That was weird. Everybody's staring up.
Alex.
Like a street full of people all staring into the sky.
Alex, you're a native? Oh, dude. Okay, so natives are like, I always describe Vegas natives as being 3 degrees off. You know it when you meet them. They're not super weird like somebody from maybe Austin or Portland or Seattle, but you talk to them for a few minutes and you're like, you're from here, aren't you? Vegas does something to people. It just does. And, growing up in this environment causes a certain way of looking at the world. And it becomes apparent if you speak to people. I don't gamble either, Alex. I find that a lot of the locals don't gamble. It's very much, we understand what runs this city, and it's kind of you got to be kind of a schmuck to walk into that building thinking, I'm going to win. Yeah, they built the $1 billion building on top of winners. Fucking this place. So where are you, Twin Rabbit?
I'm actually right now I'm out of Central. I'm in the Midwest, good old Kansas.
Oh.
The reddest of the red states.
Whole lot of nothing going on there.
Oh, shit, yeah. Competing with Mississippi, race to the bottom.
Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Your brother's enemy territory. I don't know.
Oh, Lord God. But, I have some good friends, so it works, I guess.
It's, yeah, I've been to, by 19, I had visited 48 contiguous states, but Kansas is one of those you kind of you pass through. You're like, and that's Kansas.
We are statistically flatter than a pancake. They've done actual math on this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It is ridiculously flat. And as a Vermonter by birth, like I've got a twitchy allergy to even being there. Like
we have some of the highest allergy rates in the country, so we got that going for us.
Yeah. The closest thing y'all got to a hill is a corn patch.
We have the Flint Hills, they're like at least 12 feet tall.
I know, like that's quote unquote hills.
Yeah. They're very proud of them. They have like signs and shit.
As you
So
pass.
what are you all up to?
No, Mitra. Before you got here, it was so stupid. The shit we were having to debate in chat.
Okay, I saw something about primitive art.
Art basically didn't exist prior to 19th century noblemen funding it. There you go.
So the Renaissance never happened? Sweet.
Just don't think about it too hard. You'll break your brain. Yeah, it was a special conversation. Let's just put it that way. And, when I started, show me an example of something that's pre-19th century that wasn't funded by somebody, that's difficult. Cave paintings, native basket weaving, indigenous songs, Balinese fucking music, Chinese ceramics, just my cup runneth over with examples in that instance. And then, of course, arguing in bad faith. I didn't say that. Well, let's look at the chat log and read exactly what you said. And I mean, it's, standard policy.
Was this kid British?
I don't know what he was. Does anybody know who that was and what did we get a national origin on this individual? Like, I don't know. I don't, at a certain point I checked out entirely. Like, as soon as we got to the art thing and it was that blanket statement, I was like, you're out of your fucking mind. And I checked out. Russia. Well, no, the name is, his name is Tolstoy.
Okay.
Well, it drags on. It's like at Tolstoy. It's like that.
No, I get you. That would be before the timeline that he set. Because isn't literature art?
He studied. He has a degree in literature, so he knows what he's talking about. Honestly,
excellent.
Yeah, it was banging your head into a desk for a while there.
I too have read a book.
Exactly. Premarital says, "Don't fucking care where he's from. I'm sending his ass on a canoe back to England."
It's gonna be a long trip.
That's good. Give him time to think.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Sue. It's exactly what I was like. Maybe he needs some time to himself.
To reflect on his actions and what got him on that boat and long trip to the other side of the world.
Christina assumed he was probably American, but she says, I assume anyone that sounds like a dumbass is American, though. Yeah. A little bit of a locality bias for you, probably. I assure you that there are no shortage of dumbasses and assholes all over the planet.
And many of them have access to the internet.
Big Papa. Maybe drill a small hole in it. Is that racist? Is it okay to hate the British? The British are not a race. Now, it would be nationalistic, but it wouldn't be racist. So, make your own decision from that.
Is there a form of bigotry against monarchists? That would be awesome.
Technically anarchism in a way, right? This is what I advocate for, collapsing. It's a philosophical challenging of power and authority and a collapsing down of hierarchical structures, right? Monarchism stands as, antithetical to that. So, it would be a level of intolerance towards monarchism.
I can jive with that.
Is there white shaming in anarchy? There's not white shaming, but there is an admittance of what white culture and Caucasians have done. Like, we're not going to shy away from it. Look, if you live your life and you're like, hey, I benefit from being white, but I try not to be an asshole. I try to be open-minded about this stuff. I'm on team and I try to be an ally, then fine, cool. But if you try and say oh, don't mind that whole slave owning bit of our national history, or, pay no attention to the colonialization of, Native American culture or Black culture or Asian culture. If you just try and ignore all of that and you try and downplay it, yeah, you're going to get called out for that shit. And if that qualifies as white shaming, then yes, but anarchists generally have a sort of realistic perspective on the historical record, and that there's been a stretch here where there's quite a few white people fucking some stuff up for quite a few other people who weren't white.
I like Alex's question because, fun fact, Caucasian is a skull shape, so even Jews can be Caucasians.
Yeah, old school, you're not white. New school, you're white. That's sort of how that works. And in the Deep South, it's a mixed grab bag. There are some places, I know, like Savannah and Charlotte, that have a strong contingent of Jewish community. And then, hey, Vivian, unless you ask Richard Spencer, then you're definitely not white.
Vivian.
So, yeah, it is definitely dependent on who you speak with. Large scale modern culture, you generally get lumped in with the white folk, though. for better or for worse. White
Yeah,
supremacy.
Caucasian is my favorite term ever because
well,
it was a guy named Blumenbach who fell in love with a skull.
Yeah, we dropped that one because no white people could spell it. Like fuck that. Caw CAW. I'm white. Like, that's pretty much how that went. Oh jeez. All right. What do we got? I'm seeing some fucking drama. Hang on. Oh Jesus Christ. Missy Artistic. Really? You're gonna drop that level of ignorance?
Hey, Vivian. Missy Artistic Jews are what?
No, you need to scroll back. A Jew. It got deleted. I'm guessing somebody got banned. Yep. Basically, they said Jews are satanic, and blah 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 blah. Typical anti-Semitic conspiracy theory here.
Don't you have to
So,
Satan in order to?
Don't look. You're looking for consistency within.
Although they spelled Kabbalah correctly, so I'm impressed.
Applause where appropriate. Both parents were from Germany, but still staying off that subject. If Judaism is satanic, I'm converting today, says premarital. They don't believe in it. They don't believe in it. That's the thing, is they don't have that sort of formalized heaven and hell. And so it's funny to say Jews are satanic. They predate your bullshit, whatever you're espousing, and they don't believe in it to start with. So good luck with that argument.
see what happens? I get up and I go take a quick bio break, and I come back and I missed the whole entire Chud conversation. That's
Yeah, but I want my chuds.
I didn't fucking, we believe in eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, which was a mitigatory passage, because in the time of the Torah, in the time of the Old Testament, it was common to take a life for that kind of transgression. And so the Jewish passage of that is actually a call to mitigation. It's saying that, no, only an eye for an eye, only a tooth for a tooth.
No, sorry, meat. I've been clean and sober for over 20 years. So, no, bio break actually means like having to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Not that I'm not 420 friendly, but for me, I can't do that stuff.
And yeah, Ginger. Yeah, most Jews are non-secular. They
I'll give me.
There's an interesting sort of like there's the cultural Judaism, and then there's the religious Judaism, and it's interesting. How a good portion of my family is Jewish, and it's again from Germany. It's on the paternal side. I can't imagine why they left. But
Sorry to interrupt, Kai.
Go for
but Vivian was asking if she can get in on the conversation that we're having too, so she wants to join us.
Voice chat. She'll give me a nice break. Fuck it. Voice chat. And then I'll handle the rest, Vivian. Look at you fucking speedy. Oh, that's fucking. There we go. Hang on. Say something, Vivian, so I can get your volume correct.
Something, Vivian, so I can get your volume correct.
Smart ass, but it worked.
What's going on? I love hearing people compare Jews to Satanists, because it's one of those things that just the whole topic fucking fascinates me. Absolutely fascinates me. How we can hang on to these myths that are shit. Like, I mean, so the earliest example that I could find of solid blood libel is like in about 1100, right? And that's Oh shit, I can't remember where it comes from exactly. I'd have to go and look it up. But then of course there's also, it goes back as far as like the Roman period, and Jews doing like certain rituals and stuff, and they're like, oh, that's really spooky, like spooky heathen rituals that we don't like. And of course they were like purged from Rome, right? But like actual blood libel, actual like we're doing the satanic rituals for the extension of life and all that shit, right? All the way back to 1100, and you can track it. You can track it through like American history in particular, American and European history, I would say, in particular, through the witch hunts. The witch panic of the early modern period, which was like something that I really focused on in my history degree, because I just found witchcraft like fascinating, like as a subject. Not when I say to people I studied witchcraft in history, they're like, "Wait, what? Like that doesn't sound real." But actually, it's like this massive cultural phenomenon, right? Where there's always got to be the enemy within. The spooky fucking people in the shadows that are like either coming to steal your kids or whatever, right? They're the people making society bad, or they're responsible for like your cow falling sick or the weather being bad and your crops failing or what have you. And so yeah, so it became like slightly yeah, and even during the witch panics there were like several pogroms and stuff like that, and then the sort of like the witch panic and stuff after Salem in the United States, it kind of died down because Salem was like the end of the witch panics. America was really, really fucking backwards. Most of Europe at that time had already just like they'd had their witch panics and they'd had their skeptics come in and go, witchcraft is probably not a thing, actually. Because if it is, that means the devil has more power than God. That was generally the kind of reasoning, right? Like, obviously God has more power than the devil, and therefore, like, individual actors can't do this shit. Interestingly, I think the last person hanged for witchcraft in Europe was like 1900 and something. So we're not talking that long ago. But in terms of like actual full-on witch panics and stuff, yeah, that kind of like died out, and then they brought back the fucking Jew thing again, right? Like you had all these fucking conspiracy theories about like the Freemasons and the Illuminati and all of that shit, and of course that gave rise to the Nazis, right? You had the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, which was like published, which was a fake document that was supposedly this this meeting between the Jewish elders, and it describes like them kidnapping children and using them for satanic rituals and all that sort of shit. And this was published in Der Stürmer, which was like a Jewish nationalist German nationalist newspaper. And of course the Nazi ideology was all sort of packed on top of like this centuries long blood libel, the secret Satanists in our midst, right? The Satanic Panic, essentially, which is where you go to next, right? The Satanic Panic in the fucking 70s and the 80s and so on.
Well, good,
and it's never stopped. It's never stopped.
Good
since
news.
Since 1100 AD.
In 2008.
Anyway,
well,
I
good.
went on a rant.
No, I love it. Just wanted to interject. It's good news. In 2008. They finally cleared the last person who was executed for witchcraft in Europe.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. There are still people in prison today, who were convicted during the Satanic Panic.
And I want
that's true in the United States too.
Yeah, that is the United
States. There were some supposed daycare centers where they were. This was when I was a kid, so we were warned that if your daycare center started asking you to get involved in rituals and ceremonies, then you should tell your parents, because there were daycare centers that were convicted of these kidnapping babies and sacrificing them to Baal, and it was
it was so fucked.
From 1982
there are still people today who are in prison because of that.
1982 to 2013.
Yep. Yeah, the
I mean,
QAnon
do
is
you remember
nothing
when
new.
Pokemon was a thing? And do you remember how like Pokemon was like decried as demonic?
I
Oh yeah,
luckily
I
I
was
was
here
in
when
high
D&D
school.
was still satanic. I loved that.
Oh fuck me. D&D is still satanic, by the way. It's gained cultural acceptance, but if you talk to like a deep evangelical Christian, to this day they still don't buy it. They just think that it's infected mainstream society and that it's a sign that the rest of society is falling to demonic forces and that sort of thing.
My band teacher, when I was in junior high, he tried to save my soul because we were talking about playing D&D with some friends, and he's like, we need to sit down and talk. And for like an hour and a half, he tried to explain to us how we were going to allow Satan into our bodies, and then we would go to hell. This was
Yeah, people still
90.
believe this shit, right? Your
Yeah.
Dominionists, your hardcore evangelicals and stuff, they still believe that like D&D is satanic and so on.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's where you get to like the rise of QAnon and shit. And I saw some people asking me about QAnon in chat. But they're exactly the same. QAnon is, I call it, if I want to be provocative, I say it's a neo-Nazi death cult.
That's because
And
it
that
is.
yeah. But I mean, I
mean,
can
it
back
is.
that up, right? I don't say that
Well,
just to be hyperbole.
she has before, like, because I prompted it the first time we had a discussion was I was like, I'm fine with the death cult part, but you need to give me the neo-Nazi, screed, and fucking just broke it down really quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it is all based on the protocols of the Leonard Elders of Zion. It's that same myth of like the Illuminati, the Cabal, in triple parenthesis, stealing children away to drink their blood to prolong their lives. It's the same shit that we heard all the way back in 1100. And that's why this topic fascinates me, because I feel like Western society, if you want to, in quotes, Western society, so like American and European society, pretty much it's never let go of this idea. It's always been there, like just bubbling under the surface. And we sort of denounced it after like World War II, but we still carried it on.
I'm going to lob you a softball from chat. Have fun, Vivian.
Okay.
Death cult that's against human trafficking? Not sure about that one.
Sure. Okay. So when we say death cult, there's like a couple of different ways to look at it. Essentially, a death cult is one that is like apocalyptic or obsessed with like apocalyptic violence. And what that means is that like they are obsessed with a violent event or the mass killing of people, etc., that is supposed to bring about the new millennium, right? Millennium is in the biblical sense rather than like Y2K. And the millennium is that year of like 1,000 years of peace that is. He's dancing on the fucking camera. I just can't.
Fuck it. I just, I've been sitting way too long. Got to shake it out.
It's all good. So yeah, the millennium is that biblical kind of 1,000 years of like peace and loveliness that is supposed to happen when Jesus Christ comes to reign on earth. And when we use it in like cult terms, essentially what we mean is that it's a transition into a time of world peace, into a time of loveliness and so on, right? But the death, the destruction, the apocalypse has to come first. And QAnon are a death cult in that they have a fucking list, my dude. They have a fucking list. Q has been tweeting out names and organizations since its very fucking conception. The very, very first post that Q made back in October of 2017 was about Hillary Clinton being about to be arrested and sent to Gitmo for torture, right? Like, it has never stopped since then. And, thousands upon thousands of names have been added to that list, either by dint of them being part of an organization or by being singled out individually. So, anyone who identifies as anti-fascist is on that list. Anyone who's a Democrat is on that list, although very specifically people like Joe Biden, Obama, Nancy Pelosi, and so on, right?
Gay anarchists probably make that list.
All these people have to be purged, have to be removed from society, and many believe killed, executed. They want them hung, right? They want them sent away to Gitmo to be fucking tortured. This is the obsession with death. It's the obsession with death for the purpose of rebirth into the millennium, but it's still an obsession with death, and that's what makes it a death cult. It's like the death of the old world as well.
Yeah, the key
Anyway,
is it's
sorry.
not called a death cult because they want all of those children dead. It's called a
Yeah.
death cult because they're obsessed with all of those children dying.
Well, no, because they're obsessed with the people who need to die in order to bring about the new millennium, right? They're obsessed with the apocalyptic violence. And that's why I get frustrated when people call other things a death cult, right? When people say, oh, like the GOP is a death cult, for example, because the GOP, like their reasoning will be that the GOP doesn't necessarily care that much about poor people and is perfectly okay to let them go without healthcare or starve or whatever, right? But that's not what we mean by a death cult. What we mean by a death cult is that they are obsessed with the ending of things, usually through some form of apocalyptic violence. If you look at like Om Shinrikyo is a great example of a death cult, right? Om Shinrikyo were that Japanese, you would call them like a terrorist group probably, but they were a death cult that operated in Japan that carried out the Tokyo sarin gas subway attack, if anybody remembers that. They actually had another sarin attack before that. They gassed a bunch of apartments, but their leader, Shoko Asahara, wanted to bring about the millennium, this time of world peace, through destroying all the old nations. They originally tried to build nuclear weapons, right? Because they wanted to bring about a nuclear war between Japan and the United States and I forget, I think it was Russia. So I think it was like Russia, Japan, and the United States. They all go have this nuclear war, and out of the ashes is born this era of world peace. And that's what we mean by when we say a death cult, at least people who research cults.
First, let me just interject really quickly. Zoomy 420. I won't be stripping on stream. Sorry. Thank you for the compliments, nonetheless.
Sorry.
And it looks like, yeah, it was Russia. I just wanted to check that the Aleph stuff, that they were trying to foment that sort of thing. Danny the Ram. If we're allowed to comment on British politics, like you saying, go laugh my ass off, go get a gun, which is a political comment on British politics, then British people are allowed to comment on our politics.
I would love to
two-way
get a
street.
gun. I would love to. I'm just not allowed. Although I've been hunting a couple of times.
Come on over. We'll give you one, no problem. I'm pretty sure we hand them out at the border. I'm not 100% on that though.
Somebody else said something. Sorry, there was a huge part of the GOP that is obsessed with the end times, and I assume they're referring to like Dominionists there, right?
I love that you're hitting the Dominionists since we had that conversation. They're fucking nuts. They're fucking nuts.
I mean, I was sort of vaguely aware of like what Dominionists were at the time, but I hadn't really spent any time looking into them specifically. I just generally referred to them as like American evangelicals.
They have control of the Pentagon. They have control of, Navy SEALs. It is terrifying the influence Dominionists have in this country. And
I was not named after Vivian Vance. I am in fact a non-binary trans femme person, so that's why I have the name Vivian.
Danny says he got a gun with their Big Mac yesterday. I
actually had the joy of being recruited by a Dominionist cult when I was a teenager.
Fun.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I've always wanted to be recruited by a cult. I got to tell you, I've always wanted to see like the inside workings. Like,
I literally had somebody try to recruit me into a cult today.
Rock on.
My water has been cut off. There's like a burst main outside my house for and they're repairing it. So I had to, leave my stanky ass cavern and go to the shop to like buy some water. And across the road from me, there's like a couple of witnesses that live there, and they're perfectly nice most of the time.
Jehovah's Witnesses. All right.
I honestly think the dude has not been doing well during lockdown. I think everybody's been really fucking isolated and stuff. And he took this opportunity to really because he knows like some of what I do. Because I used to write some articles and stuff, but I don't anymore. I want to get back to writing articles.
Two questions. One for Twin Rabbit, and then reverse order. I'll reverse that. One for you, Vivian, and then one for Twin Rabbit. Do you have an elevator pitch version of what a death cult is? Because Callie said that explanation confused them. So do you have like the 10-second version of death cult?
Sure. A death cult is a cult that is obsessed with death, destruction, apocalyptic violence as a means to bring about an era of peace generally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Twin Rabbit, what was the cult that tried to recruit you?
Well, if you can actually Google this. So, and by the way, before anyone gets concerned, my parents didn't actually know about it. It was a church camp, and they thought, oh, well, we'll just send the kid off, a couple of weeks, it'll be fine. And then I come back spouting off this really off the wall nonsense, and they're like, yep, you're not going back there. But the collective noun for the cult that it was is the New Apostolic Reformation, also known as NAR. They are a branch of Dominionists, and that goes like this. So Dominionists believe that they need to install a church that will run the government. The NAR, this little sub branch of them, are the recruiting branch for bringing up all the kids who are going to enforce this new church. So the NAR does stuff like run church camps, and they try to recruit kids, and they do this really demented messaging about, we are the coming of Zion, and we are the makers of the new Babylon, and there's all of this really specific imagery that they utilize. And I came back talking about all of that, and my mother is like, what the crap are you talking about? So yeah, there's a movie, like an independent film, that was done on these kids who are going to this church camp up in, I think, Minnesota, Nebraska, something like that. And I was sitting and watching it with my husband, and I just started losing it while I was watching the movie, because I started having flashbacks because I didn't remember that all of this stuff had happened. And he's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm like, I can't finish this. This is insane. I've got to go. And I had to go for a 2-hour walk.
I'm glad you got out.
I'm glad my mom said, no, you're not. No, no, you're not going back there.
QAnon has not exposed child trafficking.
No, they haven't exposed anything except that there are people who still believe in freaking dominionism.
Yeah, and see, Zoomy, I posted the link to my episode on dominionism, which was a 3-part series of fucking with evangelicals in America. Just, they annoy me sometimes. So part 1 is me using Jesus as an anti-capitalist modality, and it's called How to Piss Off Jesus, and it's this anti-capitalist screed. And then 2.
That's the one. Thank you, Morpheus. Jesus Camp was the name of the movie.
Oh, interesting.
So Callie Bear talking about QAnon's driving me up the fucking wall. I feel like this is definitely
Wayfair was not shipping children.
It's a troll, but yeah, I mean, Wayfair didn't expose any child trafficking. Pizzagate didn't expose any child trafficking. Even if you are of the mind that you think that it is definitely going on within Wayfair and within Pizzagate, it has not been recognized by any courts. Nobody has been taken to court, arrested, tried, and sent to prison because of anything that happened to do with Wayfair or Pizzagate. So if indeed it exists in those areas, they have been unsuccessful in exposing it. I don't believe it does exist in those areas. And that's the problem with QAnon, is that they focus on these weird, bizarre fucking conspiracy theories and clog up like sex trafficking helplines and shit with reports that like fucking Satanists are stealing babies from like daycare centers, when what they really need is the calls of people who are actually dealing with fucking sex trafficking incidents. Yeah, QAnon has been a bane on people trying to help the victims of child sex trafficking.
No, you're conflating the two, Callie. You're conflating the two. Just because they have a weird obsession with calling their opposition kid fuckers doesn't mean they're not a death cult as well. All right, they have an obsession with using pedophilia as a political weapon. And that's what they do. They accuse Democrats, political opposition, or people they see as enemies within their structure as pedophiles. It's a weapon for them. That obsession with calling people pedophiles isn't negating their apocalyptic end-time violent tendencies.
It's a way of demonizing those people to the degree that their extermination is necessary for the bringing about of world peace, right? I had this interview with Annie, I think, Annie Kelly, I think it was a couple of weeks ago. Annie Kelly is like the UK correspondent for QAnon Anonymous. She's written a PhD on like the alt-right and anti-feminism and shit. She spends a lot of time looking into extremist movements. And she brought up a point about UK QAnon that I thought was like super fucking interesting that demonstrates this point, is that in the UK QAnon Facebook groups, there was an argument about free school meals for kids, right, during the holidays, because coronavirus is affecting so many poor families really, really badly. A lot of kids might, go without food, basically, and so the left wing here put together a proposal and a bill to try and get kids free meals during the school holidays. And the Conservatives opposed it and eventually voted it down. And this caused huge consternation in UK QAnon Facebook groups because it exposed a divide. And that divide is between those people who have been sucked into the QAnon movement through like Save the Children and what have you, who genuinely think children are in danger and care about them. And these people were obviously arguing that children should definitely be fed during the summer holidays. And it is utterly reprehensible that the Conservatives would vote this bill down and vote not to feed children who are likely to be undernourished. And then there's the other half of QAnon who were arguing on behalf of the Conservatives, saying things like, people just use it for drugs and things, so we can't really be giving kids this money. It could go anywhere, blah, blah, blah. And the point of that is they don't care about the children. They care about demonizing the opposition. And this label of pedophile is not like, oh, we must save the children from these pedophiles. It's this person is evil, and in order to demonstrate how evil they are, I must accuse them of the most evil things I can think of, which is like, molesting and killing and torturing children. So
here we go.
Can I just step in for a second?
By all means. Then I just have to do some chat management.
Okay, yeah. I would argue and state that being one of the things that I learned very clearly and earlier on in my younger years when I was actually serving time in jail, one of the head guards was sitting in our range, and he was talking with all of us, sitting down having a conversation with all of us. One of the things that he did mention, and I find that to become very true, is usually when there's someone yelling and screaming and making a big, huge fuss about something, it's usually because they're blowing smoke off of themselves.
Absolutely.
Your projection's a motherfucker.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's address the point that Callie made, that there was a ton of arrests this year made for child trafficking. There's a ton of arrests made for child trafficking every year. We have entire task forces dedicated to disrupting child trafficking rings. Nothing has changed. They predate QAnon. None of this is attributed to QAnon. No, there has been no FBI official. There has been nobody with any level of sanity or professionality or career credentials that has come out and said, QAnon is vindicated. They have disrupted a global pedophilia ring. That just hasn't happened. It's just not a thing.
And their messiah, Trump, you know, the man who's supposed to be leading the fight with the white hats against the deep state in order to expose these satanic pedos, has in fact cut funding for you know, for services that investigate child trafficking. So it makes no fucking sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
By the way, can we just notice, La Sue, I think you'll agree with me on this one. There are actually government officials who are kidnapping children and sticking them in prison. And they're the government. So all of this, oh, they're pedos, but they're in a pizza parlor that has no basement. Look over there quick. Hey. Yeah, meanwhile, we got a shit ton of brown kids in a prison.
Pay no attention to the 600 plus kids we lost.
If you were a member of the secret cabal and you wanted children to torture in your child sex dungeons and extract blood from, so that you could extend your life through the youth giving properties of their terror, you would be stupid not to use the resource that they have set up on the border. A whole bunch of children that are estranged from their families, that we have no fucking documentation on. They would be the ones that you would target and would go missing.
We just straight lost them. Like, there's 600. Yeah. The last number I saw was north of 600, but I've seen the Health and Human.
I think it's 60,000, dude.
Well, the Health and Human Services Director has admitted before Congress that they lack documentation and have lost the parental.
Oh yeah, for lacking documentation.
Yeah, for 1,500.
The number of children incarcerated.
Yeah, no, yeah, like they've lost the documentation trail for 1,500. That was Health and Human Services Director. They've looked into it further. There was 550 they added on to that. Then there was another. Then that number crept up past 600 as the news cycle continued on. So we at least have a couple of thousand worth that we've just been collecting the last 2 years. That we're like, oh shit, where'd those kids go? Whatever, paper trail.
Actually, Callie, I have to tell you. Okay, first off, let's go to residential schools as a prime example.
Oh yeah, let's definitely have a convo about residential schools.
Yeah, then we want to get into the 60s, what's phrased as the 60s scoop, that is still continuing on today, where indigenous people are their children are literally being stolen from their family. And
we could talk about the Indian Child Welfare Act.
White families.
Yeah. The Indian Child Welfare
Act. There's no getting around the fact that systemically we steal kids. But the pizza shop in Washington, D.C. is not a part of it.
Alex, sorry, no, go ahead.
The ICE facilities on the border, they would be the place that I would suspect. If you're gonna do this, you need a supply chain, right? And the pizza joint ain't gonna cut it. Thanks for the follow, Icelandic Jesus. But that's the place. But again, QAnon isn't rational. These people aren't. They're using this as a tactic. They're using it as a tactic of bad faith. And to give them any credit for any good is just harming the rest of us at large.
I do think there are a lot of people who get sucked into QAnon, like I was saying earlier with the divide between the UK QAnon Facebook groups around this free school meal thing. I think there are a lot of people that get sucked into it through genuine concern for children that are being trafficked.
I think there's people that get sucked into all sorts of things that way. But I mean, you end up. I read about a synthesized. You're talking, Alex. That's adrenochrome that you read about.
So adrenochrome is super interesting.
Yeah, it's
so the QAnon narrative is that you have to get a child really like terrified or in pain or whatever, and then you extract their blood, which contains this adrenochrome, which will like make you super high and can extend your life and shit. What you can actually do is you can Google adrenochrome and find that actually it is oxidized epinephrine, and you can buy it for about $70 for, was it 0.5 milligrams or something?
Yeah, it's about
Like,
half a
not like
gram. It's
super
not
cheap,
much.
but if you're it's not like super cheap, but if you're a satanic cabal of billionaires, you know, you could just order this shit off the internet if you needed it. It's not.
Yeah, and
Vidian, you guys, I'm sorry for a second. I have to address something that was brought to my attention from Handholder about a comment that was made by Lemon. Have you ever experienced oppression? Did you learn about that from your professor in college? Have you ever experienced oppression? What race are you? Well, Lemon, I am a Hunkpapa, Dakota Sioux indigenous person in North America, what is actually Turtle Island. I was stolen from my family as a child, as a young infant. Placed in a foster home that literally took such shitty care of me that ended up me catching a severe case of pneumonia.
We're being told Lemon is actually a troll and not to feed him.
Oh, is he a troll?
Yeah.
Well, if he's a troll, me kicked him the fuck out.
Well,
QAnon is not a fucking fraternal organization. QAnon is a decentralized cult that like accuses people of being in fraternal organizations.
Alex, we've okay. So here's the deal: we've got 2 indigenous, one trans, and 1 gay. All right. So this is the panel makeup at this moment. Like, have you ever experienced depression?
Who's the gay around here?
Me.
What the fuck? You're the gay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And Twin Rabbit, right? You have a husband as well.
He's just gay. I mean,
yeah. I'm just gay.
Like,
I'm just gay.
anything.
Like, and so like, have you all experienced depression? Yeah. We all know what it's like to one degree or another. Some of us have a big swinging dick when it comes to the oppression Olympics on this one. But fundamentally, and I would argue you all exist within a capitalist model. Like, everybody knows about oppression, right?
Yeah.
Like this.
I mean, that's what I was gonna say, right? Like, I fucking hate this like oppression hierarchy, oppression Olympics shit.
Yeah.
Which I'm not accusing you of falling into, but I know that there are, you know, there's those liberal Tumblrette fucking idiots that are like, you know, somebody's more oppressed than another person and blah blah blah. I like to view us all as in a universal struggle against this bizarre concept of the default, which is like the cis white hetero, generally male, wealthy person. Basically, we all exist because we deviate from that ideal. We suffer in some way. We just deviate in different ways and suffer in different ways because of that.
Yeah, Premarital wrote it out: gay and disabled, gay and native, transgender, native and ex-convict, fucking having gone through the residential schools and been put through the criminals. Like, this is the oppression. Like, you want to fucking bring that out?
You know, I am trans, right? But I'm also just like white and poor, right? Which is enough.
Yeah.
Even without being trans, like, that is enough to suffer under the current system that we have, like being white and poor, white and
it's poor. So forget everything else. Poor. That's the number one thing. Like, it's a class war, and it always has been. They use the race, the sexuality, they use the gender, they use all these sorts of religion as these sort of divisionary tactics. But you better believe the reason for those divisionary tactics ultimately come back to somebody's pocketbook.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe to a certain extent.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. I don't buy into like full on like class reduction.
To some extent, I do. It's always been empowering. It's always been about empowering one group, and I mean, we could talk cash, but cash is power, so it's always about power.
I mean, to be honest, you have 2 indigenous people that have experienced it to the fullest extent. Even to the extent of literal genocide. that are sitting right here. So, I mean, we know full well about how do I put it? We know full well how capitalism has profited off of these things.
How in the fuck did you get to that point, Icelandic Jesus? You're not hearing right. Like, wait, am I hearing right? Are these guys really saying that racial oppression doesn't exist in America? I don't know where you were for any of this then.
I think we're saying the opposite of that it definitely does.
You ever ate ramen noodles for 3 months straight? Lemon, have you ever just had the only food in your whole entire house is literally tang with bread?
I mean,
and that's all you get to eat?
You ever had to subsistence hunt?
Yeah.
I mean, that's...
I'll go further. Yeah, I grew up in a children's home, and when I was 16, I was fucking like homeless and out on the street and shit, and I had no idea that I could claim benefits. So I set up in a nature reserve, and I was eating fucking chicken of the woods and fucking rabbit that I could catch, and shoplifting from shops in the city. So
Zumi, you have to be the You got to be the thirstiest motherfucker I've seen come through here in a while. I appreciate the compliments, but holy shit, Zumi.
Wait, who's that?
Zumi has been
like literally drooling over Kai right now.
It's been happening for like half an hour.
Like your smooth hairless body. What the fuck?
It started when I was stretching.
You're not hairless.
Well, yeah.
I'm looking at you. You're not hairless.
Yeah, well, most of my body to a large extent. It started when I was stretching, and my shirt came up a little bit, and that was the beginning of it.
That was the thirst was activated.
Yeah, it was,
I will have to say, Kai, you need to start a fans only page.
There you go.
It would be your #1 supporter.
There you go.
Oh, I'm a little too old for that these days. Yeah, I showed midriff scandal. A Catholic nun would beat me with a ruler.
You got to tease it. That's how you keep the audience engaged. Just a little tease. It's fine.
Oh, fuck it. Yeah, Christine. Fuck it, Joe. And here comes the degeneracy. Yeah. Did anybody, completely off topic, has anybody seen the video of the brother and sister in front of the dad? And he walks up, the brother walks up to the sister and says, he's holding out a $20 bill. He says, "I bet I can get you to clean my room for $20.
What?
And the sister looks at him and goes, basically that. She's like, "What?" And he goes, "OnlyFans."
Oh,
and she snaps that fucking $20 out of his hand, throws him just daggers, and fucking hustles off to the fucking bedroom to clean it.
That's fucking wrong.
Oh, jeez. Hey, if he keeps that up, feel free to do your mod duty.
Oh, what's he? Oh, have you ever see, I don't know. Okay, duly noted. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's the exact. I bet $20 I can get you to clean my room with 2 words. There you go. Yeah, it's fucking brilliant. It's like, holy shit.
She should not be ashamed unless she's like under the age where she should be doing that shit.
That, and it was in front of her father. So definitely.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares, man? If your parents ain't supportive of that shit, fuck them. I mean, don't actually fuck them. That's right there. But like,
referring back to previous conversation.
I would.
Yeah, her father shouldn't be a prude.
Oh,
honestly,
you do what you want with your body. If you're of an age, then you do whatever the fuck you want. Fuck your parents.
I have to say, Vivian, as a father myself of like 3 daughters, I would have to honestly say that as much as open-minded as I am to whatever my daughters may do or choose to do, there are some things that I do not wish my daughters to do.
Well, yeah, but that ain't your fucking choice, is it? Like, if they're grown adults, like, your distaste for, like, whatever profession they choose to enter into, like, doesn't factor into it. They are their own agents.
What profession they choose to enter into doesn't factor into my account. I still love them.
Well, yeah, of course, right? You can express your concerns and you can talk to them and blah, blah, blah.
There are some things that are literally, we'll sit them down and explain to them the dangers of what they're entering into.
Oh, all right. Hang on. We're gonna have to do end stage on this. Lemon pepper wings. Congratulations. You've earned the ultimatum. Here's how this is going to work. You now have to join us in voice chat and have a good faith conversation. Based on the last comment that you made, why does Anquifa like to queef and circle jerk? You have earned yourself full troll status, and that means you either put up or shut up. So come on air and have a conversation, or what's going to happen here in about a minute or so, you're going to find yourself earning a ban.
And queefer, like to queef and circle jerk. Oh, it's like because are we an Antifa stream?
Oh,
is everybody here Antifa?
Apparently so. I mean, by default, I'm an anarchist, so by default, I'm anti-fascist. But I'm not Black Bloc anymore, and I notice most people conflate the two.
Yeah, I haven't been Black Bloc for years.
I can't
do that work.
I can't honestly think that categorize both me and Twin Rabbit as Antifa. We're more indigenous.
You're like an anarchist. You're by default Antifa. Like,
yeah, you could say that. Yeah, I guess. I
Yeah.
don't know. Twin might agree with that. I'm not too sure.
Are you
I'm probably the closest thing to Black Bloc on this panel. I can't speak for anybody else, but like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, like that's.
If I wasn't ill, I'd be out there. I'd be out there in Black Bloc right now.
Meat tray, that's a hell of a line. It would be my daughter's choice to be a cop. Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you, right? Like, but people deserve their own autonomy, right? And it's perfectly reasonable for you to like express your concerns in a way that is respectful of their autonomy, right? And it's perfectly reasonable for you to have like, discussions with them, say, you're somebody that I care about and I'm worried about the dangers of this particular thing. But ultimately, you can't get in the way of them doing what they want to do. Like, people deserve their own autonomy.
Duly noted, Joe. And Matt, man, I don't even think those belong in the same sentence. Cops are worse than sex workers. Sex workers is an honorable, long storied profession, and I think they do something that brings quality and love and blah 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 into the world.
I love how the question was like, why do commies love to ban everything? Like, in the middle of me talking about how people deserve their own autonomy and the right to make their own decisions, like completely the opposite, right? Like, I'm saying you should allow people to do what they want to do, not to stop them.
Yeah.
And let's be very clear. Lemon got his ban
Peace
because
out.
he was basically pulling troll
I
and
was
chat
a troll anyway,
decided rather to flap his gums instead of getting in here and actually having a conversation with us.
Is Blumph done for, or is there still a chance? There's still a chance. There is a pathway through legal challenging and stalling and tying to a Supreme Court decision that is still a viable avenue that has yet to be bypassed.
The plan all along has been to get those Republican state legislatures in swing states to change their electors by undermining faith in the election. Like that was what was it Barton Gellman wrote about in the Atlantic like almost a month ago. And that's the plan we've been seeing from Trump and Giuliani like playing out now.
Look, meat.
What's happening here?
Leftist bitch. Damn fucking
Is that
straight.
your only comment?
Hello.
It's your only comment. You literally walked into the room and just said leftist bitch.
See, those are the ones that I love, especially if they're from a non-English speaking region, which means that they not only had to have a second language, but that after all that, after fighting through all of it, they still needed to get that out of their system.
Yeah.
That's like profound. This is my statement to the world. I don't like
I'm all good with that. I am the leftist bitch from hell. If you are on the far right, I will ruin your fucking life and laugh about it.
Interesting. We've got a discussion about leftism happening there. Or I'm sorry, tribalism, not leftism.
I have to honestly state, there's nothing wrong with tribalism. It has been given an extreme bad take from actual colonization.
What
in
do
order
you
to
mean when you
justify
say tribalism?
Well, tribalism is basically a traditional indigenous culture or tribe or tradition that predates capital or colonialism by every standard of meaning.
Sure. I think we're working off different definitions of tribalism here. I don't think we were talking about like necessarily living together as a unit or what have you in communal living. I think we're talking more about tribalism as in only caring about those people who are from your group and viewing everybody else as the enemy. I think that's a highly unproductive way to live, like regardless of what kind of social.
Two things. Good night, 6 Foot Ant and Sub Matifa. Thank you for the sub. And thank you for the gift. Who got it? Doom Nukem got it. Congratulations, Doom Nukem. Please spend that money not on an Amazon platform. Go spend that money on Food Not Bombs or an anarchistic charity, or take a loved one out to dinner or lunch, or, you know, give it to a random homeless person you see on the street. And just think about my name. My name is Kai, by the way. Do it in my name. Think about me. Think about some of the things I espouse as you do it. And I would consider that much better than handing money to this platform. But I thank you for the gift nonetheless.
And another one. Yay!
And classic anarchist sort of thought. Don't tell me what to do, bitch. You just gifted a tier 1 sub to one of my mods. So yes, thank you. But yeah, there's a couple of different, like, tribalism has gone through a couple of different, like, concept evolutions. That you do have that origin point of, like, the state of being organized into tribes or tribal lifestyle, right? But then you have sort of the political science civics version of tribalism in popular culture and modern culture, and how, you know, it leads to, like, derogatory and discriminatory states and that sort of thing. But I mean, you know, yeah, it definitely seems to be two different angles, at least.
Yeah. I mean, I have no problem with tribalism as Sue would understand it, which is, you know, that communal living or what have you. That sounds perfectly, sounds perfectly lovely to me. My problem is with that mindset of, you know, only people who are from your in-group are people that you care about. Everybody else can get fucked or actually actively is an enemy. That's a really unhelpful way to view the world.
There is an anomalous finding within anthropology about warfare amongst tribal groups pre-colonial and, you know, war over resources and horticulture. There is conflict amongst anthropologists about that one.
It was all total bullshit. That's old white men from the 1890s who were trying to justify colonialization by saying that they were civilizing the tribes.
Well,
it was all total
but
crap.
I mean, you can't tell me that human beings haven't been fighting each other since time immemorial.
I'm not saying warfare didn't exist. I'm saying what they claimed was that, like, they were going into the Amazon because they were going to keep peace among the tribes.
Oh, I know they always use that as an excuse, but what I'm saying is that tribalism in its warfare state existed pre-colonialism as well.
Well, except that runs into, like, a tautology. It's like, okay, so we're defining tribalism. The good way is just, you know, being friends with all of your neighbors. And then tribalism in the bad way is all of those people who acted like tribes we don't like. Okay, but then you're establishing a tribe, and you're the in tribe, and everyone who acts like bad tribes is the bad tribe. It's like it's a nonsense phrase.
No, it's
Like,
stating that there is a group that you can identify under a tribalistic modality that, okay, friends, neighbors, in group, in community, that sort of thing, and you have another one, and that they go to conflict with one another.
Yeah, sure.
except that
Conflict
defini-
happens between peoples. Yes.
Yeah, it's been
That
happening since we
definition-
were in Africa and before.
It hasn't, though. That definition comes from the unilineal theory of evolution, savages to barbarians to civilized. That whole definition of tribalism, that's where that originated.
Sure. I mean, just taking the definition of tribalism off the table, I think all that Proudly Radical is saying is that like people have always kind of fought each other, regardless of there being colonial influence or not. Like people get into fights with each other.
There has
it
always
happens.
been Group A, Group B fight.
Oh, I don't disagree with that, but
Yeah.
I think it does a disservice to the people to whom the term tribe was attached to say that that's therefore a form of tribalism. It's not. It's balkanization.
Yeah, sure. The etymology
Well,
of the word tribalism
that's doing
has its
that's doing a
problematic-
disservice to the Balkans.
Well,
Look
the
at you!
Balkans
Look, you turned that one right around, didn't you?
Well, no, the Balkans don't actually exist. That's a completely artificial political group that was invented
All
by
of them are.
European colonial powers.
All of them are.
Borders themselves were invented. I mean, shit, Lebanon as a country
all
was
of them,
drawn on the
yeah.
back of a napkin.
I mean,
So if we're talking about like cultural distinctions in those regions, then that's cool. But if we're talking about geopolitical, that's a different issue.
what's the difference between cultural and geopolitical?
Aren't most of you anarchists?
Oh
Would you
yeah,
say?
yeah.
So you believe in nations?
I mean, they demonstrably exist. Like, I don't
that's-
think we ought to have borders, but like they do exist, and the concept of nations has shaped our entire history. So, yeah,
So
I mean,
then let's talk about
nation.
nationalism and not use the word tribal.
But there's things that existed pre-nations.
Only if you believe in the European definition of government.
I mean, I don't know where we're going with this. This seems to me like a semantic discussion that is mainly an objection to the etymology of the word tribalism being attached to the word tribe, as in it having connotations of savagery, which I completely agree with you. Tribalism is probably not a good word to be used for the thing that we're describing, but it is the thing that people like understand nowadays colloquially to mean a mindset of an in-group that is at odds with groups outside of it.
Then we
That's
need to
the
work to
word
change
we
those
happen to use for
definitions.
it.
Well, then you have a conversation to be had with linguists over prescriptivism versus descriptivism. And this is a conversation that many people have to have. But there does come a point of like path of least resistance that has to enter the conversation. And so you start to have, is our words living things or are words centralized? Can you prescribe the definition of a word, or is it up to the populace themselves to work that way? Now, in English, we're sort of a mixed bag. There are nations that have strict prescriptivist natures that actually have central authorities on language. English is not one of them. So it is up to the community at large to have that conversation.
I have to interrupt for a second. Sorry, guys. Kaiser said, weren't all North Native Americans organized into confederacy and not tribes? That's half and half.
Yeah.
The Iroquois Confederacy still had many different tribes within that confederacy.
I mean, that's what a confederation is, right? It's an organization of different groups that work together in some fashion.
Yeah.
Well, and to be fair, if we're going to say that it's a semantic argument, then the definition of death cult is a semantic argument. I mean,
Well,
we all
didn't you get the memo? Subjectivism won. You've been
this
paid.
is what I'm saying. We all have our crosses. We all have the thing that we're fighting for. The corner that I fight is that the definition of tribalism needs to change. It needs
Sure.
to not
And
be
you know what?
negative.
Well, no,
I'm
the
totally
word needs
okay.
to change. The definition's fine. What you want is a change of word. You want tribe not to be associated with this in-group
With the
warlike,
mindset.
conflict-laden definition. You want tribalism to change, not the definition. Because there's a precursor definition that you can fall back on for tribe. You want a new word, and if you have one, by all means, suggest it and let's go forward with it.
Yeah, nationalism.
But it doesn't work. That's not. It doesn't
Yeah,
work.
because that doesn't always refer to nation. I mean, like, yeah, when we talk about tribalism in American politics, like that has nothing to do with like people of two different nations. That's people of two different political ideologies.
Well, then you're just talking about conflict. I mean, that's
Yeah,
just conflict.
conflict that arises from a tribalistic mindset.
See, and now you're going back to, well, tribe means conflict when I say it does.
Well, no, I'm saying that the colloquially accepted definition of tribalism in like political science and sociology is that mindset of people existing in an in-group and those people who are not in that in-group being at odds with them.
I have to interject real quickly again and state I love the factor that we can all sit here and have a calm, rational conversation and a logical and intelligent conversation about subjects without everyone flipping out, getting mad, and exploding.
Well, you know, it's because I do understand to a certain extent your side of the argument. I think you're perhaps misinterpreting some of the things that we're saying, but I do understand that, like, the idea of tribe being associated with indigenous folks and then being associated with what we would typically view as like a negative conflict-driven mindset is one that you find offensive in some way, right? And I would agree with you, right? I think that etymology comes from a place of, you know, the argument of the savage versus the civilized nations. It essentially comes from a place of like white supremacy. And if you want to propose a different word to use for the that mindset, like, I think it's perfectly reasonable to say, hey, I don't want tribes, I don't want indigenous people, I don't want this language, the savage versus the civilized, be ingrained in the way that we understand sociology. I'm with you. I'm totally with you. All I'm saying is that is what the word colloquially means now. And if we say tribalism, generally people understand it to mean that mindset.
And you need to propose a workable alternative. But let me help you out here. Let's go back to some Greek. Let's go back to some academic language. Let's say interhomophilous conflict. So homophily or homophily is that togetherness. It is the sort of birds of a feather sort of situation, right? This is the classic definition of it's spelled HOMOPHILY, right? It's Greek from friendship or love, but it comes to work for age, gender, class, these sorts of things. So a homophilous relationship would be an in-group. It would be a community. It would be, you know, some sort of, forgive the redundant terminology, but it would be the tribe, right? Without the attachment of the word tribe. And so interhomophilous conflict would mean two groups or more that have their defining characteristics as a community that are now in conflict.
I'm kind of intrigued by Matman with the factionalism approach. I like that. If factionalism resonates more readily, then that's cool. I think maybe the misunderstanding here is, for me, the very foundation of the concept is flawed because there's a presumption that there is a group of people who are not naturally warlike, and then there's a group of people who are naturally warlike. And so we've come up with a word for naturally warlike when that state for a human does not actually exist.
I don't think tribalism
so-
carries a context of naturally warlike.
Yeah.
Well, except you're talking about sowing seeds of division and automatically setting up conflict. I
Well,
think there's
conflict
some-
exists outside of war. I mean, we're having a conflict right now. It's an intellectual, academic, vocabularic conflict, but it is nonetheless.
Sure, but when we talk about tribalism colloquially,
We're generally
Pretty-
talking about Democrats and Republicans.
I mean,
and,
if you're an America-centric fucking
Yeah.
and
ass.
that's a pretty aggressive distinction there.
I mean, come on, like tribes was in the fucking Bible, all right? The idea of like the 12 tribes of Israel and shit, that was all there. It was all in the Bible, right? And it didn't refer to some society that was seen as like backwards or uncivilized. It referred to, people who are like pretty well respected by those people who wrote the Bible, right? So tribes, like that's been around for fucking ages.
Faction has a
understand
problem
that it's
too.
been- Sorry?
Faction, as factionalism, faction has a problem too. Etymologically,
Factionalism.
etymologically speaking, factions refer to a contentious minority within a larger group.
Yeah. See, and that's jeez. See, I mean, this is why I largely don't care about like semantic arguments like this, but I understand that it's important to the other people in the chat.
That's why I always I academically abstract it to the degree I did, because the only way you're going to get away from those points of contention is to take it to that degree, and you have to back away from the linguistic constructs entirely into some sort of root word derived system. And so, like if you pick a word off the shelf, chances are you're going to find some problems with somebody in some way, shape, or form. So you either go full constructionism and you build a new linguistic set around it, or you accept the descriptivist argument and you say language is a living construct and there's not much we can do to change it. If the large portion of society accepts that this is the ruling definition, then we just sort of have to roll with it. Yeah. I need to scroll down. I'm a recovering language prescriptivist myself, says Matt Man. Yeah, see, this is the thing. In academic circles, if you're talking technical or academic, I'm a prescriptivist. If you're talking colloquialisms and common verbiage, then I'm a descriptivist. What the average person, just yank them off the street, what they're saying and how they're saying it and how they mean it, you should be a descriptivist. Like, there's no, like, what are you going to do? Pull every person off the street and tell them exactly what they have to say? It's authoritarian to the nth degree. But in academic and technical circles, there's a need for this. And so you have to get that established language. You have to have a common vocabulary that everybody agrees upon to make the progress. And right now we're in an academic or technical circle. This is, even though we're just on Twitch, we are having a high level discussion surrounding these concepts. And so you have to hammer language out. It does become, sort of this, reductionist semantical argument at points, but it's important. There's a reason that we have an international standard cup of tea. It's a very real thing. The ISO handles that. There is a standard cup of tea that if you are a scientist, for whatever reason, you need to make a cup of tea. There's a standard for that. And, but the average person walking down a lane in Britain probably doesn't adhere to the International Standards Organization cup of tea recipe, right? Like this is sort of, we're having a technical discussion. And so there is room for prescriptivism here, at least. So yeah. Did Tom Scott do a video on it? Dude, so I love Tom Scott. I wasn't aware that he did a cup of tea video, but I love that he did. have been listening to Tom Scott back when Technical Difficulties had a radio show when they were in college, and I listened to the replays online.
God, that's way back.
It's way back. I've followed those boys for so long. But his YouTube videos I just don't keep up with. But occasionally I go back and listen to all the old Technical Difficulty stuff, and just have a blast. So I love that he did one of those videos though. Oh God, as Psychic Dolphin Garage, the Ann Prim thing. Oh Lord, I'm having flashbacks, Sue. I'm having flashbacks.
I was hoping that no one would see that.
I'm having flashbacks.
I can't handle Ann Prims. I just can't.
Dude.
Yeah.
We had a semantic difference of opinion from somebody in chat the other day, and oh my God, he kept using Ann Prim, and I'm like, that's not. It means a thing that you're not using it. Don't use it that way. And Sue stepped in and handled some of it.
Anarcho-primitivism hurts my brain.
Yes, you premarital was here for it. And Prim wheelchairs.
And Prim wheelchairs.
It was,
so they're made out of wood? Oh dear.
It was all fucking...
Twin, it was an indigenous relative that didn't understand completely the words he was stating and how to properly use his wording.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and so he kept insisting on using it too. That was the problem.
Is a wheel primitive enough? That gives me a good hint on the conversation right there.
It was just like, just please stop using the term. Just stop saying Ann Prim. Stop saying anarcho-primitivism, and I would be perfectly happy.
Just call him anarcho-Luddite. Way better.
That's, I've seen and I've read enough Ann Prim stuff that I'm like, you're just Luddites. You just hate all machines.
Oh, well, but see, this is the thing.
Fine.
The Luddites got a bad rap. You want to talk tribalism, like tribe being a bad word. The Luddites got fucking handled with that too. They were just a worker class who saw industrialization taking away their jobs and no replacement for them. They were going to be put out of work from an artisanal craftsperson point of view, and they hated those machines. So they seized the means of productions and threw their fucking shoes into those machines to destroy them. And ever since then, we've been saddling people who exhibit anti-technological tendencies as Luddites, even though those people were just people trying to save their jobs and their way of making a living.
I don't disagree with that point. I use it very pointedly when referring to like Ann Prims because, the Luddite argument was these machines are going to destroy us all. And in their case, they were making an economic argument. I get it.
They did.
But yeah, they weren't wrong.
They did. They were right.
The Ann Prims have taken that and turned it into this. So now we need to find a date back before which it would work. And it's like, okay, this is going to be fun. You don't know anything about archaeology, but we'll play.
Can you teach a coal miner to code? Yes, you can. I get the article.
And then the gentleman we had in here the other night that was misusing that, I would say. I literally sat there and had to have, I don't know, what was it, almost a 2-hour conversation with them, or at least an hour.
It was a while to try and get that point across.
Felt like 2 hours.
Yeah,
it was probably 10 minutes for all he and I know, but trust us, it seemed like it was a while.
Yeah,
I'm time dilated around that conversation.
And I'm just like, listen, Cola. I really don't like when, and it really hurts me when I see fellow Indigenous people coming in and talking about things and getting things wrong, and then coming off sounding stupid or unintelligent.
Right.
And then all the rest of us are tossed into that coin by proxy, right?
So did it resolve? Like, did they get that Anprim doesn't mean what they thought it meant?
No, they kept using it.
Oh, okay.
They kept using it, but they had some understanding.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it took an hour, then that's unfortunate.
Yeah. Just like,
You know, I mean, that's tried to explain to him like primitivism as a concept is genocide in a modern context. It just is.
Yeah. Although, I will tell you, the most entertaining conversation that I have ever observed was an Anprim having an argument with a transhumanist.
Oh,
And
well,
that
I'm
was
I'm a transhumanist. That's what was going down.
the funniest thing I ever saw. Like, oh no, we need to go back to like before they ever even knew what electricity was. I'm like, yeah, okay. And then the transhumanist on the other end was having this very protracted discussion about antibiotics, and it was a very strange.
Insulin was my go-to.
See,
yeah.
This conversation is happening all throughout the community.
Alex, the reason the bits are set to 10,000 is to try and prevent you fuckers from donating bits. That's the reason. So I set it as high as
10,000.
Yes, I set it as high as it will go.
That's $100. What the fuck?
Yeah, nobody will donate that. And so
I mean, somebody might, but
I mean,
they better skip it.
yeah, but it's a means of preventing people from sending money through the Amazon Jeff Bezos fucking. I can't do anything about the subscriptions. All I can do is encourage.
I mean,
you can just turn them off. You know that, right? You can just like reject your affiliate.
Yeah, but everybody likes the emotes. The community loves them.
But I have cute emotes.
See, last night or that night, I could have turned around and brought into different traditional indigenous herbs that work for healing and reducing a lot of these things.
Yeah.
But that wouldn't have really fit into what needed to be talked with the individual to try and bring them up to speed. And to form some form of how do I put it? Teaching and helping to correct, so that our relative didn't look like a complete idiot when he walks around Twitch on others.
That is what Sue and I were attempting to do by the back half of the conversation. It was like, look, okay, we understand what you're saying finally. And it took us a while to like, you okay, we get it. All right, so this isn't the word you want to use if you want to have this conversation in the future. It's the wrong way to start the conversation.
Yeah.
And so we were trying to help him out that way.
What if they weren't actually arguing Anprim? What were they arguing?
Sort of how do we decide that? Sort of a nativistic cultural experience of sorts. That the adoption of sort of indigenous ideals, a wholeness, the medicine wheel, a connectedness with Mother Earth and these sorts of things would be a healing process for the culture at large and that sort of thing. And it's like, that's not anarcho-primitivism.
So like a spiritualist approach.
Yeah, something closer to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that's way different.
Yeah.
All right.
Basically, Twin, that was basically, they were trying to come off in put forth the idea that our traditional indigenous way of life would be far more healthier in our society today than what we're facing with colonialism and capitalism.
I get you.
Yeah, but they were using anarcho-prim, Anprim as the like terminology, and we had to drag the definitions and the explanations and the ideas and the theories behind what they were attempting to convey with Anprim out in debate, argument, and conversation to understand. Oh, you don't mean anarcho-primitivism.
Thus, the Anprim wheelchair. I get you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Good on you for fighting the good fight.
You know, we were just at a certain point, Sue and I both were like just trying to send this dude on his way. So like he's more equipped in the future to have this conversation, because we spent an hour like literally making no progress. And like that conversation could have been far more productive had the shared language worked out in the very beginning. Words matter.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah. All right, me, Trey. Yeah, Christina is fucking hanging around, so you're good. Say hi to Beck for me. Let me hang on. Let me. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was quite the interesting conversation. It was quite the interesting conversation.
Yeah, I mean, you know, explaining, just having to go down that road of primitivism is, I mean, especially as a transhumanist, like it's, you know, dude, this is the counterproductive. Like I get industry and global industry has, you know, destroyed and wrought problems and is exploitative on a resource and environmental sort of scale and all of that sort of stuff. But I make the argument that we've always been transhumanist, that there isn't a moment in our species development that we haven't been transhumanist. The moment we picked up a rock because our fist wasn't hard enough to hit the thing, we were transhumanist. And you can follow this path of technology and adoption and bringing it closer to ourselves the whole way through, up to, you know, glasses and surgery and, you know, medical implants and, you know, modern electronic silicon-based technologies, and how we've always been on this sort of trajectory of transhumanism. And it's just a matter of how far do you want to take it?
I mean, I think a lot of people, when they hear transhumanist, they immediately think, I'll have a cybernetic arm. But
I'll take it if you got it.
Approach. My pitch will be better. But the Anprim approach baffles me, just because, like, you can't go backward. It's not like we can all just leave the city and then watch the buildings crumble and go. That's no. You can't set the clock back. You're going to have to go forward from here.
Forward retreat.
And if you want to approach it with indigenous technology that we had, if you want to talk about like Terra Preta, cool, let's have that convo. But that's still not setting the clock back. That's moving forward. I don't.
And that's one of the things that a lot of people mistakenly assume, is that our indigenous culture or spiritual way of life is steadfast in pre-colonial times.
Yeah,
when
like
in truth,
we got cell phones.
Yeah, like in truth, our cultures adapted. Our way of life adapted.
I mean, there is a grand irony, and somebody pointed out earlier that this was a person advocating for anarcho-primitivism, not understanding what anarcho-primitivism is, of course, as we've covered, but advocating for anarcho-primitivism on Twitch.
The number of like anarcho-primitivist articles that I've read in online zines, I'm like, wait a minute. So you're willing to use the tools, but then you want us all to scrap the tools. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, it was, you know, it's been an interesting fucking road. Alex, I'll give you the caveats, because Alex asked, you want to be Neuralinked? And I said, yes, but with caveats. It has to be an open source community developed technology. It needs to be code reviewed, hardware reviewed from a community developed point of view. If you hand me a corporate developed Neuralink, I will not use it. I've spent my life in technology. I have a deeper understanding of high technology than your average person. Let's put it that way. And the fact of the matter is that if it isn't open source, there's no fucking way I'd let it near my brain. I'm afraid it could be hacked. It can all be hacked. You can be hacked. You don't even have to, like, you don't need a Neuralink. That's what propaganda is. Propaganda is
it's
hacking you.
called advertising.
Yeah. Fucking
Psychic Dolphin, I have to tell you that that's not exactly entirely true. It is very possible to bring back into play indigenous way of life on this continent and the whole entire planet in regards to replanting trees, to doing everything to help bring back everything that capitalism has ripped from it in its hunger and thirst as a zombie or a cannibalistic existence, I guess you could say.
Yeah, decolonizing doesn't mean throwback. We're not interested in, let's drop everything and pretend like it didn't happen.
Wait, what do we got? Hang on. I'm just seeing something here.
Oh,
okay.
Traffic lights are mind control from a certain point of view.
It's all mind controlled from a certain point of view. I mean, when you get down to it, really, in the end, it all starts with a thought.
We follow dots and dashes on a street for no reason whatsoever.
Kaiser, yeah.
And then to enforce that.
Yeah.
Hence why I'm a fucking anarchist.
Down with streetlights, god damn it.
Dude, how do you fuckers not be able to organize yourselves properly? This is a classic example. Where's Homelander? Where is fucking I Am Homelander? I have a centralist authoritarian follower who comes by all the time, and he's a centralist authoritarian. And this is the sort of shit he would lap up. He'd be like, yeah, this is exactly why I am the way I am, because you fuckers can't do anything on your own. You have to be told how to do it, or else you won't do it at all.
Does he just hate watch you? Is that his? Why does he?
Oh no, we get along. No, he. Where was that happening? Was that Rest Stop or the Commons? Let me try and find what. He was.
I have to Psychic Dolphin. The American bison, per se, was hunted almost to extinction to force indigenous people to accept handouts to survive by the government and force them into what's now called reservations. These things can be worked at. Some things may take over time period and may take generations to bring back to how it was. Like there was I think at least double digits, or if not more, in the millions of buffalo that roamed, per se, America. We actually call it Turtle Island. Before the mass, almost damn near extinction that brought it down to, hundreds of millions.
The estimate at as it rests right now, because it's very difficult to pin some numbers on this, is 30 to 60 million down to 325.
Yeah.
Yeah, they used to hunt the first colonizers that showed up on the East Coast used to hunt geese with a cannon because there were so many geese in the air they didn't even have to aim.
Yeah.
It's called a punt gun.
Yeah. Punt guns are hilarious.
And I will
Of course Europe thought this up.
Hold on, let me get one on screen so everybody, well, not just one, because they didn't just hunt with one. What they would often do is this.
Multiple ones. Yeah, exactly.
Put it on a boat and shoot it into the air and we'll get us some geese.
And so everybody has some scale. Here's what a punt gun looks like. It ain't small. That's a punt gun, and settlers in early America used them to hunt geese and ducks and waterfowl in general.
Yeah, because there were so many that you could just fire a cannon off into the air, and boom, you'd end up with a whole meal.
Yeah, so that's dang, now I want a crew served shotgun. So I was just looking through the track record. Homelander doesn't the record on Discord. He doesn't actually hate watch me. He what he said, because there was a few people saying, like, telling their like origin stories of how they found me and when they found me and that sort of thing. Because I was podcasting long before this as well. He said, he helped me see a different side in a way that didn't undermine my own beliefs. That's what made you my favorite anarchist streamer. So
But he's a centralist authoritarian.
I operate a form of praxis around these parts, and I'll put it in chat. There's the praxis command. Basically, I welcome all positions. Unlike most leftist streamers, I'm not trying to create a safe space. I'm trying to engage in conversation and to engage in the dialectic, and I'm trying to make progress. And so if that means that on the next topical voting issue that we have to deal with, that I can get a couple of right-wingers, a neo-lib, a centralist, an authoritarian, even a fascist, if I can get them to say, like, yeah, on that topic, he made a lot of good points, I'm gonna vote that way instead, or I'll show support, or I'll vocalize support. I see that as a win. And so rather than discount them entirely based off of one espousing of a particular ideology, I'm trying to engage in a form of praxis that utilizes incrementalist rhetoric to allow for progress to actually be made.
Okay, I'd like to, completely off topic, I would like to get Vivian's thoughts on premarital deciding that this means that all Europeans must now go back to England.
We're coming for you.
England specifically. It's in the comment. Everyone goes back to England.
Italian American, England. Spanish American, England. Jewish American, England.
Wait, I'm confused. What is the impetus for this?
The punt gun. The punt gun was invented, therefore all white people must go back to England.
Yep, you're all kicked out.
Okay, I mean, that's really fucking dumb. And also, I live in England. I don't want them all here.
Well, too bad. We're coming. Scoot over. It's reverse colonialism. Just. I mean, scoot over a little bit.
I don't agree with this sort of bullshit.
It's a joke. It's a joke, Vivian.
No, I know, but it like hinges on some more important like conversations that people do have around like decolonization and so on.
Just
I definitely don't agree with the whole like kick people out, put them back where they came from thing. That's not what decolonization means to me.
I came from Vermont, so I'm willing to go home.
Sorry?
I said I came from Vermont. I'm willing to go home. Like if Nevada wants to kick me out, I'm okay with that.
Be surrounded by gallons of maple syrup.
And tons of anarchists.
Really?
There is a strong contingent of anarchism in Vermont. Yep.
Sounds very good.
Yeah. And they don't believe in gun control.
That one I knew.
Yep.
I have a friend who's from Boston, and they used to take trips up to Vermont, and she would send me video periodically of because they lived there for a while and then they go back to Boston and so on. It was a very odd situation, but yeah, she'd send me video of like what it was like to drive on the highways in Vermont. And I'm like, I'm never living there. I don't know what I just saw.
Act 250, no billboards, there's no smokestacks. It's amazing to drive around that state.
Yeah, but y'all get cold.
That is a problem. No. That is a problem, admittedly so.
I can't do winter.
You need a sunroom and you need a decent stove.
Okay.
That'll get you through the winter just fine.
My people are from the tropics. This is as far north as I care to go.
It's where I vacation. I spend time in the Caribbean when I need to get away.
I live. I have to say it sadly. I live in the Great White North, where we get -30, -40 below in the winter. Lord have mercy, get rid of fucking borders so I can go down to a nice warmer climate during the winter. Thanks.
Snowbird. It's what we call those people around these parts of the country is snowbirds. In Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, winter comes and all of a sudden there's a shit ton of old people from up north here. You're like, where the fuck did all you people come from? What we got? We need.
Yeah, Alex. We've had snow up where I live for like almost a week already. The past week and a half has been snowing. We've had snow.
If you, Alex, if you scroll up in the comments on the Discord server, you'll see a photo Christina posted from Northern California. It's the Cal Nevada border. And there is snow on the ground. She posted it on the 7th, so 4 days ago. Southwest Germany still clocking in is pretty warm, but it's pretty warm for them, not pretty warm for, Belize.
And wait a minute, what is that? Does anyone from cold country want a green card wife? Receiving any and all offers? Do you mean you're willing to give those of us from like up north a green card? Huh? What?
Oh, no. It seems like premarital's wanting to come to you.
Wants to move up north.
Yeah.
Oh, to move up north.
Somebody asked about Aria DiMezzio. I don't know who. You want to talk about strong anarchist movements? Come visit me in Portland. There's a bunch of fucking transplants both directions. Trust me. Go talk to some of your anarchist friends in Portland about anarchists in Vermont, and chances are they know some of them. Like, oh yeah, it's a contingent.
That is totally true. I have like 3 friends, and they all know each other.
Yes,
and I thought they'd never met. Okay.
It's a thing.
Town.
Yeah, it's a thing. There's not many like anarchists, right? Like that's a thing. Like we tend to know each other. It's I am an anarchist first and foremost. So let's see. The anti-police Satanist running for somebody asked about Aria DiMezzio. She's a Church of Satan, Temple of Satan. No. Temple is the scam. Satanic Church. Yeah, the Satanic Church is the honest one. It's the other one that's the money scam. She's an anarchist. She's trans. She's a Satanist, and she ran on the Republican ticket for sheriff. Like she told everybody. She told everybody up front, and she's like, "Those of you that voted for me, you have only yourselves to blame." Like I was never hiding or attempting to fool you. I was always upfront about who and what I am. And
she's not wrong.
Some of you still voted for me.
As well, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. She straight hijacked their shit. It was beautiful.
Pretty funny.
Yeah. And
I have to say, sorry, I got to repeat it again, but damn it, get rid of the damn fucking borders so I can get back to my tribalistic way of going south for the winters.
Trust me, if I could snap my fingers, it'd be already done. Like that shit would have happened yesterday.
I love the fact that she ran for the candidate in Cheshire County.
Okay, so you know the area.
This is just a confluence of things. I love it.
Aria DiMezzio, I put it in chat for you, Matt, man. Anybody who's familiar with the region and the fact that she did it in Cheshire County it makes it even funnier. Let's just put it that way. She's a brilliant candidate and a classic example of, 30% of sheriff's elections in this country run uncontested.
Yep.
So get out there and fucking just run for these positions. You're like, this asshole's been in office for like 13 terms. I'm just going to run against him. Fuck it. Maybe I'll lose, but maybe I won't because people are fucking schmucks.
She ran for Keene City Council with the slogan, "Eat the Rich."
Mm-hmm.
I love this.
She's brilliant. She really is.
Fantastic.
Epic troll.
Yeah.
I couldn't be prouder.
Yeah. She ran her sheriff's slogan was "Fuck the police."
I mean, if you're gonna go all the way.
Go all the way.
Yeah, I'm.
Go all the way.
It literally was Aria. It was literally Aria DiMezzio for sheriff. Fuck the police.
Yeah, no half-ass shit. Go 100%.
Like, yeah, she's not, she's got a whole bunch of market solutions. That is true. Psychic Dolphin. There is no getting around that. She's not my favorite type of anarchist. She's okay with like market socialism and stuff like that. And I see, okay, so I can compromise. I can, I'm an incrementalist. I can compromise on a whole bunch of stuff if we can make some progress. But yeah, I would prefer to head in a different direction than what she would go. But fuck it, if we can get a satanic church, trans anarchistic sheriff going on in this country, I'm 100% behind that. Fuck it.
I have to give you a pushback on that one, Tom. A vote for Biden is not what you're claiming. It's just basically accepting and allowing the continuation of the same old to continue without getting it.
I mean, maybe. I feel like a vote for Biden is a pretty fucking important thing right now.
Well, yeah, get rid of Trump.
Yeah. See, a vote for Biden.
I'm not saying like, hey, we should like just sit on our laurels and.
Well, but I mean, did you read the statement? It's kind of voting for Joe Biden isn't just a moment. It's a lifestyle, a reason to breathe, an escape from this evil world filled with thieves. It's art, the first gift you open on Christmas, a hug from a loved one, everything you've ever wanted, love, everything you need.
That's pretty nauseating.
Right? Right.
I don't think I've ever seen an election that I would describe that way.
Oh, 100%.
Exactly.
100%. A vote for
Joe
Biden
is going to bring us a socialist paradise where rainbows bloom over chocolate rivers.
He's a good troll. I like it.
With gumdrop smiles. Oh my!
I like it.
God.
You're a better troll than most people.
Wasn't that an episode of The Simpsons?
Yeah, I think so.
We're anarchist. I'm an anarchist. There's a large amount of anarchists in here. There's leftists, like proper. The whole like.
I am now a radical Simpsonist.
That sort of Biden is going to fix everything trolling doesn't really work around these parts. There's a few neolib channels that I could point you to that would work wonderfully on. Yeah. It would be beautiful. But you're shooting. I love what you're shooting. I love it. I especially appreciate the flowery language. You're a good writer in some ways. But it's missing its mark on this channel. So just a heads up.
Oh, Danny.
Oh, feek, fi, fo, fum, deleted. Yeah, anarchist vote. A whole bunch of them do. Some of them don't. But we don't necessarily like disavow electoralism entirely because we understand it still has an impact on the world. We especially advocate down ticket voting. But yeah, no, not across the board. And to answer your question, Alex, there are anarchists in Las Vegas. There's not a huge contingent. But there are significant enough anarchists to run a Food Not Bombs and a couple of other anarchist charities. And there's a cafe that when we actually aren't completely bogged down with COVID, there are weekly and monthly anarchist meetings there as well. So they exist. Biden was endorsed by a socialist and socialism murdered 8 trillion people. Love it. Love it, Mattman. Mattman's just running with the
8 trillion.
Yeah, Mattman's just running with the
lot of people.
Yeah, he's running with the hyperbolic statements. It's like, yeah, fuck it, if we're doing this, socialism killed everybody.
I mean, usually I would say something along the lines of like, well, how many people do you think capitalism's killed? Yeah. But 8 trillion, I don't think I don't know if I can beat that with capitalism. I mean, it probably comes close, but it's yeah.
Alex, yes. Anarchists don't eschew outside, or at least, okay, so here's the thing. Some of them do, and this is what I'm an advocate for. I talk about this all the time. Too many people on the left eschew progress in the pursuit of perfection, and anarchists are guilty of that just as much as anybody else on the left is. It is a very leftist modality of thought. The right is very good about gaining inches. Hey, thanks for the follow, Chris. The right's very good about like, we're going to gain an inch today, we'll go for the next inch tomorrow. Like, they're not looking for a mile today. I find that very common on the left when I have conversations with hardcore left ideologues. They want revolution, insurrectionary action today sort of thing. And it's like, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you will encounter some of those people. But I try and reform my community as best I can. And I try and be a better representative, or at least what I see as a better representative for it. So, you know, you may encounter a little resistance. But generally speaking, most anarchistic meetups are very open, very welcoming to disparate ideologies, and constantly looking to inform.
Oh, jeez. Wow, look at
That was
this.
the whole thing there.
Sub
Gifter.
Matifa, sub Matifa, however we wish to pronounce that. Thank you for the gift subs. You contrarian that doesn't care to listen to what I tell you to do. But Leopard has gained a sub. Vivian, you've gained a sub.
Oh, nice.
Ellie Abbey, you have gained a sub. Nix Odonata, you have gained a sub. And Kaiser Kreischbaum, you also have gained a sub. And thank you for the follow, Tom D. Cat. Let's see. Hang on. Let's do some chat management here. Oh, Jesus Christ. And it's pulling back down. I know. Oh, talking to Premarital. Oh, about the channel that he was trolling. I want to tip, but your tip minimum is outrageous. Leopard, I do that so you people won't spend money on an Amazon-owned platform, but nobody listens to me. What am I going to do? I've priced you out of tipping bits. If you want to tip bits, if you want to give money, Leopard, give money to a charity that matters to you, that you think contributes value and good to this world. Take a loved one out to lunch or dinner, or just hand some random cash to a homeless person or a person in need that you find. All of that would make me happy.
Or you can also go over to either Twin or my chat, my streams, and you know.
Catacilo, Christina, Ace Chaotic, Lost Sue, Tale of Twin Rabbits, Vivian, you want on this list? Like all of these people will take your money happily.
What, me?
Yeah.
It's very, very difficult to get money to me. It's made me very, very fucking poor over the last year because PayPal screwed me. PayPal fucking murdered me. In the cradle of my streaming career, PayPal decided that as I was starting to get some money coming into my PayPal, they were like, "Now we need you to provide ID." And unfortunately, I set my PayPal up like probably almost a decade ago. And it has a different name to the name that is on my ID now.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So I've been locked out of my PayPal for a year. The only real way to get money to me right now is through Patreon. Which, yeah, that's entirely up to you. I wouldn't encourage anybody to, but if you wanna donate to me through Patreon, you can find that through my YouTube channel, I think.
Matt Man, instructions unclear, donating to Trump, who's about to lose his house.
That's very considerate. That's I can appreciate wanting to take care of the downtrodden. That's very kind.
Christina said PayPal screwed her too.
Yeah, they fucking suck for trans people, honestly. They're just like the worst.
I don't know anybody who has a good story from PayPal. I really don't.
I
am frustrated at the lack of viable alternatives for people who are in Europe. In the United States, you could probably use like Cash App or Venmo or something like that, right?
Yes.
But over here, it's very difficult to get money sent from other countries to here, and obviously the majority of people who view me are from the United States, so that makes it very, very difficult. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. I'm incredibly fucking poor at the moment, but like, what can you do? There's nothing you can really do about it.
Interesting where my Parler influence is at. Jesus Christ. All right. So one, I have a good PayPal story for you. And two, Steel Ain't Dead. Take that doomerist shit somewhere else. I can give you numerous examples of why caring about politics is not pointless.
Oh, I'm very doomer. Do you want me to take my doomer shit elsewhere?
You're fine. But I think I think you understand that caring about politics matters.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So here's my good PayPal story for all of you who have been ripped off by PayPal, right? Who have been screwed over and fucked over by PayPal. Here's an example of one little guy getting one up on PayPal, right? So PayPal used to not have great data tracking systems, but they rolled out a payment methodology for purchases done on your PayPal account. So back when they still had the virtual debit card system, you could, for a moment in time, you could use them as sort of a financier. Right? So I went out and bought a very expensive, for the time, graphics card. And then I just never paid them. And then they went through a series of organizational restructuring and data system restructuring, and they completely forgot that I owed them hundreds and hundreds, probably $1,000 with whatever the fucking interest. And it never went to claims. It never went to collections. It literally got lost in their shit fucked system. So
I remember when that happened, and now I feel bad that I didn't buy some.
Yes. It is, a few of us, Tom D. Cat, oh yeah, I screwed PayPal hard. Like, a few of us were there for that moment in time, like, this one's on PayPal.
I literally lost $800 to PayPal.
No shit.
And then they literally completely cut me off from my accounts permanently. After my bank,
them doing that. Fuck them.
Yeah, after my bank shut down my bank account that they did this to, and open up a new one so that way they couldn't continuously keep dinging my account. Yeah,
There's gotta be a market for PayPal alternatives. There has to be. It's so shit. So shit.
Hey, thanks for the follow, Angry Turd Bird. Some of these names. Oh, wait, it's the new week. SJW and I need to get together and have the name off. SJW started this last week. If you're not familiar, SJW 9000, shout out to him. Let me do that in chat. He came in and he came on the air and he's like, like, what's the craziest follow name that you've had in the past week? And so we've been having name offs. Like, what are the wackiest fucking names usernames that come through? And yeah.
I gotta suggest an idea for you.
Shoot.
When you get to the situation, instead of constantly just saying people's names, do it so it's like do it like a shout out. So basically, a list of different people that you're suggesting for them to go donate to or whatever.
Yeah.
Is like on that list, and you go, here, these are the people that you can go to.
All right. Mentally noted. Please
It's
explain.
easier for you rather than constantly having to.
Okay, because I'm not a liberal. I'm an anarchist. I know that there's a lot of confusion in the modern political vernacular, especially within America, but it exists elsewhere. That liberalism is somehow what I'm ascribing to. I'm a leftist. I'm an anarchist. I believe in collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and philosophical challenging of authority and power mechanisms. This is not liberalism. I do not believe in capitalism. Liberalism has a strong vein of laissez-faire capitalism within it. How am I a radical? Radical means, by definition, see Oxford on this one, a fundamental or systemic change, especially that within a political system. So I am proudly radical. Has nothing to do with violence. It has nothing to do with extremist actions. It has everything to do with understanding a system as a whole and saying, yes, foundationally, fundamentally, we need to change at least most, if not all, of the system itself. So I want the word back rather than fucking Tucker Carlson and fucking Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity yell radical leftists and shit like that. I want that word back. I am proudly radical. And as I said, I'm an anarchist, not a liberal. Though classical liberalism and classical libertarianism and anarchism run through the pool that is the Enlightenment era, and we share certain common traits and characteristics and parameters and modalities of thought, we are not the same. So understand that right out of the gate. Let's see. Am I familiar with the works of Guzlin de Spera? I am not, Tom. I am not.
I would have to state that I am proudly a radical anarchist in the sense that I literally have partaken in standoffs and many different protests and whatnot where violence was definitely a part of it. And I don't have an issue with that. But then again, I come from a different take where I'm literally defending my own land as an indigenous person.
And I mean, this is why anarchists get along with oppressed groups, right? Like, this is the thing. 1880s to the 1920s, workers' rights movements, labor movements, you're going to find anarchists, right? Women's suffrage movement, you're going to find anarchists. Shout out to Emma. Civil rights movements, Black Panthers, you're going to find anarchists. Native indigenous movements, you're going to find anarchists. Environmental protests, which has a heavy overlap with native and indigenous movements. I can't imagine why. You're going to find anarchists. There is a heavy contingent of anarchists basically every time that you find an oppressed people saying, hey, we've had enough of this oppression. Can we do something about it? You're going to find anarchists just wash up on their shores and be like, yeah, all right, let's talk about this. What do we need to do to address this?
Yeah, how can we help you? That's the most important fucking thing for anybody who's like, relatively new, is you need to make sure that you're not taking over. I talked about the universal shared struggle earlier, didn't I? And it is important to recognize that I think anyway, that we are in that universal shared struggle. But I think it's also important to recognize that oppression affects each person, each group differently. So trans people aren't affected in the same way as Black folks or indigenous folks, etc. And so any movement, any kind of action should always be led and directed by the people who are affected by that oppression. And if you are not of that group, then you're there in a supporting capacity. You're not there to take the lead.
Steel ain't dead. I understand the thought process behind it, but calls to violence will get you an insta-ban on this channel. Just your fair warning, since it wasn't a straight call, but I deleted the message. That's why that just happened. Hey, welcome back.
I'm not allowed to be as radical as I want to be because Twitch TOS feels bad, man.
I know, right? Feels bad.
The closest I can actually do. Hang on, let me do this. Kai, if you would be so kind.
What you need me to pull up?
Hang on a second. I'm going to flash a link in.
Cool.
Give me a few minutes here. My internet is slow.
And Angry Turdbird, I saw your hello earlier, and I said a hey back, but somebody else was speaking. But hello, Angry Turdbird. Welcome to the channel.
Angry what?
Turdbird.
Okay.
Yeah. That was what spawned the SJW fucking names list thing, the names competition. Angry Turdbird. Probably not as a heavy hitter that I won our inaugural competition with. It was Daddy Likes 'Em Young 66.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. He came locked and loaded because he suggested the game. I'm like, hang on, let me scroll for a while and find one. And that just popped out. I'm like, holy shit.
I like it.
Yeah, that would definitely be something that you would look at.
Yeah, Zealot. Yeah, we saw that you were on Valorant. I talked about it because I didn't know. Played 3 games. Cool. Welcome back, though, Zealot.
Well, and to be fair, radical spaces very frequently are incredibly boring. So I've always wondered about the conflation of.
We've got to have a meeting.
That's the thing.
We've got to have a meeting about the meeting to plan some meetings. Can we meet? When are we gonna meet, guys? I like meetings. Who's taking notes?
Exactly. I mean, we did like 20 minutes chapter and verse on the definition of tribalism. Like, I mean, come on. radicalism can be really tedious.
You know, this is why, I mean, this, okay, so I always talk, I espouse and I proselytize to leftists in the same regard that I do anybody else on the political spectrum, because leftists have their own qualms, hang-ups, and little persnickety natures. And so, yeah, my things with the leftists are get the fuck over yourself and start big tenting this shit. Make some, yeah, war makes strange bedfellows. Accept that. Understand where you can compromise without compromising your ethics and morals, and do that. Don't get lost in the pursuit of perfection. And ultimately, try and make some progress, because it's a game of inches. But you motherfuckers are concentrated on so many other things that it's you know, it's like, can we get some progress done? You know, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I love the term Puritopian.
I may steal that.
You're taking the first step.
All right.
Bless you.
Gesundheit.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Fuck that colonialist, internalized colonialist shit saying bless you.
Right.
Twin, you might actually be interested in this one thing too.
What's up?
I'm putting it on screen now.
Okay.
The first step to becoming a member of the world's finest fight force, teamwork will be an essential part of your training. You would live, eat, sleep, and train as a team. The words I, me, or my would no longer be a part of your vocabulary. You will use words such as this recruit, that recruit, these recruits. Do you?
Is this TOS friendly?
It is TOS friendly.
I have my doubts.
Everywhere we go, people wanna know who we are. So
It's not. It's not.
Wait, why isn't it?
You want to know? It's the armed It's the armed resistance. It's
I suppose, like, they did have that thing recently where they were talking about the TOS and showing like propaganda and stuff.
advocation for violent resistance and that sort of thing is in direct violation of the Twitch terms of services.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I play it constantly on my stream all the time.
Go for it. Go for it. You do you, my man. You do you.
You own it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of in this weird fucking space where like we're constantly talking about extremism and stuff on my channel, not in terms of carrying it out, but more in terms of
yeah,
like,
and even the academic analysis of it has gotten people in trouble.
Yeah, it genuinely can, but I'm kind of just like, fuck it, you know. Like, if it gets me in trouble, it gets me in trouble. Like, it's what I do. I can't stop doing what I do, and I'll just move to YouTube or some shit if it really gets fucked up. But I'm not expecting it to.
Yes, I agree, Joe. Gesundheit is better. Anything. We used as a friend group. We used to say bullshit. Somebody sneezed.
I like Hail Sneezer. That's the good one.
Hail Sneezer. I like who said premarital. The only correct answer to a sneeze is keep your germs to yourself.
Welcome to 2020 and COVID. Like, that's it. It's just like, get the fuck away from me.
Yeah, exactly. It is a shame that you have to.
I have a rifle. I will defend my family.
Okay, so Alex is asking what I see is a fairly valid question. Cancel culture, right? This is the thing.
Yeah, what about it?
All right, so let's abstract this beyond the idea of cancel culture, right? Because this is a terminology that's been used by the right against the left. All right, so let's just step back for a second. Does the right participate in cancel culture as well? Yes, they do. If you want an
even more so.
If you want an
Fucking
example,
drastically more so than the left.
Dixie Chicks and all that, blah blah blah. All right, so is it a valid form of protest? Are people free to use economic means to impact someone whom they disagree with? That's the question.
Yeah.
Don't capitalists do that all the time?
Yes, because it's not about it's not about punishing them economically, although I will not pretend that I am above a certain degree of Schadenfreude when bad shit happens to Nazis. But the primary focus of doing things like what anti-fascists do and what I used to do in doxing folks and so on, reporting them to their employers, this sort of shit. Like, it's not about hurting people necessarily. It is about quarantining shitty people from the rest of society. It's the same as, like, if somebody commits a murder, right? Our view of justice, I imagine most, like, I don't want to speak for everybody here, but I'm pretty sure everybody here would subscribe to a rehabilitative view of justice. And yet, I think we would all recognize that for certain people, incarceration is necessary because they are a danger to the general public, and so we need to separate them from the general public. So it's partly that, right? You don't want a person working in a job where they could negatively affect those people that they are bigoted against, right? And it is also that we want to establish certain degrees of social norms that, like, if you do not adhere to, then there is a social penalty to pay for that, because we want the standard to be that you are not racist, right? You are not racist. You're not transphobic. You're not bigoted. Blah blah blah. And we want a society in general to kind of like try and hold people to that standard. So it's not about punishment. It's about setting standards, and it's about quarantining dangerous individuals.
Can we just address premarital? Like, that's insane. Guess what Google auto-completes armed resistance to for me? The armed resistance of Caucasian mountaineers to the Russian conquest was known as...
I mean, that's true, but that's not the first thing I would think of.
Like, fucking hey, Google.
That's pretty random. I'm impressed.
And yes, Alex, stop fucking texting. Stop typing on your phone if you're driving. Knock that shit off.
The reason why I wanted you to play that video was a prime example of the things that I have been involved in and very much so a part of in my younger years.
All mine have been, I mean, there's an argument to be made that all mine weren't peaceful by the strictest definition. But,
okay.
You know, all right, Twin Rabbits away from the keyboard. But I mean, you know, I never took up arms. By American definitions, at least. We got a whole other fucking outlook on this shit in this country.
I mean, by Canadian definitions, you do anything without paying for the right to protest is basically pretty much an armed resistance.
Yeah, I came of like protesting age around the idea of the First Amendment zone in this country. I don't know who all's familiar with this bullshit, but it came to be under the Bush Jr. administration and the Patriot Act and all of that bullshit. And, you know, you got sequestered off 19 fucking blocks away from the convention center where the capitalist dickheads were meeting. And that's the 3 square feet cordoned off by the police, surrounded on all sides with basically weapons pointed at you the whole time. And that's your First Amendment zone, free speech zone. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah. There's some really good, those are some really good photos of them. Some of the shit we used to see. Hang on. Fucking cursor. There we go. Here's a classic example of a free speech zone. Yeah, like this is kind of the shit we used to put up with when we were organizing back in the day. Here's your free speech zone, bitch. Get in it. Yeah, it's yeah. What the fuck? There we go. Interesting. I had no idea. Yeah, no, it's literally a thing. We've bypassed that post Bush Jr. administration. These days, good luck telling a BLM protest to get in the free speech zone. I'm glad we've pushed past that and good luck with that. Yeah, free speech zone really meant cage. No, it really was a cage. It really was. And I remember when we were organizing for Occupy at the UNLV campus one afternoon, there was a dude literally just walking around with a, I don't know if I had to estimate as a photographer what the millimeter lens on that shit was, but let's just say it was borderline telephoto lens kit on a DSLR camera. And he's literally doing circles around the organizing committee and getting zoomed in, clear-faced, squared-off photos of all of our faces. And I mean, we knew what was happening. We knew that, kettling, fucking pepper spraying, where you're sitting there just on the ground, non-violently protesting, and they just walk by and pepper spray your ass. All that sort of stuff, yeah.
My first protest was against the Iraq War. That was one of the things that drew me in, I think.
Mine was literally to do with, I think, well, let's see. It depends on what you want to look at it. One of the first things I did in my very early 20s was have a standoff between the RCMP in Canada, child welfare, and an indigenous group that was protecting a family from child welfare stealing more children. That was one of the very first things I did.
Good day today. Fuck the government, dude. There aren't any free speech zones in Portland now. The cops look for any reason to shut us down. Yeah, y'all, chlorhexidine or whatever the fuck it was. I have to look it up again. There's been some really interesting chemical compounds used on Portland and Seattle. That,
I
definitely.
think it's in like this big old fucking like leaf blower type thing that was just pumping out gas in Portland. That shit was weird.
It's in the water supply. They used so much that it actually contaminated the local water supply to an extent.
Gotta love that, right?
Twin Rabbit, you still around? I know you went away from. Okay.
Yeah,
what was your first protest? While we're doing this, let's trip down memory lane for all of us.
Oh wow. Probably my first protest would have been in 96, 97, and it was an HIV/AIDS protest. And you have not seen funny until you have seen some 16-year-old little shit screaming at a doctor because I knew more about the immune system than the doctor did. So, yeah, that was an interesting experience.
We have our I always do these live.
Sorry.
Music though.
I always do these live on air. Whenever I get an unban request, I talk about them on air. So fair warning to everybody else, I suppose. It's from Lemon Pepper Wings, 1776.
Oh, Lemon!
That's been a while ago.
Oh, by the way, Lemon Pepper Wings' account was created 3 hours ago.
Wow, that's dedication.
Yeah. So basically, this special person, shall we say, is so inept that their unban request, in an attempt to talk shit, said, "I knew you could take the heat."
Oh, okay.
Did you mean to say I knew you couldn't take the heat? Yeah. I'm just gonna deny the request with basic grammar, and then send the deny decision.
I feel like if you're not even going to try hard for the sentence, then that's like indicating how it's going to go if you unban. Like, if you can't even dedicate an apostrophe to the process.
Oh, the I wasn't capitalized. U was just the letter U, and the point of the statement was incorrect entirely. It was yeah. I do unban people all the time. I file it under second chances. But as long as they're not, literally bad faith trolls, that sort of thing. But if somebody crosses a couple lines that, it's like, okay, I'll unban you for a new show, not the current one. Give you a new day sort of thing. But yeah, maybe they were trolling out of love because they knew you could take it. And Zealot, you can't truth the handle. Fuck it. Good day today. I like where you're coming from. We need to open the borders too. Sue would be happy with this idea. What a waste of time and resources policing some imaginary line.
I would be over aesthetically joyed.
No shit.
Let's just say I'd be in Central America.
Come wintertime, let's go Central America or South America and enjoy some really awesome weather.
I'd be in Belize. That's where I'd be hanging out. That or just generally in the Caribbean. I don't like to.
No.
What?
Oh, I was just gonna say I would go more. What was that one place that just recently removed itself from capitalism?
Oh, well, not entirely, but Chile and Argentina are constantly making headway in that area, and it was the most recent one.
Wasn't it Buenos Aires or something?
Well, that'd be Argentina. Who just elected the socialist president? Is that Chile or Argentina? They overturned that shit. New Zealand, but
also them.
Yeah.
It was Argentina.
Argentina? Well, then Argentina is definitely the destination.
Oh, Bolivia. Was it Bolivia? Hang on. Because let's face it. If we want to talk about socialism in South America and democratically elected socialist governments, that's going to be a fucking 9-hour conversation because we're going to have to start talking CIA. Yeah, it was Bolivia that just did it. Yeah.
I'm down for hanging out in Bolivia, man. Or even Cuba or some of the places that have really good healthcare.
Peru. Doesn't have great healthcare, but anytime we're talking about South America, there's a voice that kicks off in my head for Peru. Peru. Just a thing. I have a thing with Peru. I have a soft spot for it for some reason, culturally, aesthetically, geographically even. But yeah, I've spent most of my time out of the country actually down in and around the Caribbean. That's outside of Vermont, it's probably my favorite place on the planet. Admittedly, I haven't visited them all, so there's probably some that would meet, that I would like even more, but I haven't been to them. But Dominica is my favorite Caribbean island, and most people don't know Dominica. They think I'm talking about the Dominican Republic when I say that, and it's like, no, entirely different nation, entirely different island. They're the only island to have successfully resisted on any level colonial expansion and imperialist takeovers in the area. They have a really interesting history. As a result, due to the geography of the island and the results and resistances by the people, they weren't sugar-caned. So the natural integrity of the flora and fauna of the island are still intact to this day.
It's also the seat of the Kalinago tribe.
And there's some really amazing stories about how chattel slaves that were being brought to the New World would jump ship in and around that area when they got the chance, because the water is shallow enough in certain areas, the water is warm enough that they could make a swim for it. And they would wash up on shore in Dominica, and the indigenous tribe on the island would adopt them and there's this really amazing marrying of African culture and like slaves that said "fuck you, I'm out." Like they straight up made a break for it, and an indigenous culture that fought off colonialism successfully, and they had some really interesting battles and some really interesting cultural products as a result of that. And there's a statue to a very famous.
Nobody agrees with your take. Good day today.
Because it is a tropical paradise. Good day today. It is a tropical paradise. It's honestly, you fly down to Puerto Rico. If you're in like North America, the route is you fly to Fort Lauderdale, to San Juan, Puerto Rico, and then you fly over to Dominica. And there's 2 airports on Dominica that you could choose from, but generally go for the larger of the 2. And there is a cruise ship dock that does dock there, but there's literally a line in the city that you can draw because the cruise ships don't stay there for very long. And so there's literally a point that you can sort of draw around the city and say, this is as far as the cruise ship tourists are going to be able to make it before they have to be back on that ship. And, you know, honestly, they've got the world's second highest, how do we call this? Hot sulfur lake. It's a volcanic lake. It is an island with active volcanic activity. They've got Champagne Bay, where the volcanic gases diffuse out through the porous rocks underneath the bay, and so the bay is literally bubbling like it's champagne. It's as close to perfection as you're gonna get, quite frankly.
It's also where the cave of the sacred serpent lives.
Yes, there's a whole host of indigenous tribal stuff, cultural relics, and you can go visit them. Like, they welcome visitors, and you can go engage and, you know, undergo rituals and, you know, have a day or have multiple days and learn about their culture and their ways. It's honestly, if you're gonna spend some time in the Caribbean, stop by Dominica and send them a few bucks. They got a really corrupt government, just FYI.
Massive corrupt.
It's a thing, like international investigations level corrupt, like Al Jazeera doing exposés on your government corrupt.
Now the tribal government, on the other hand, they're okay, but they're on the other side of the.
Yeah, they're up northwest. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it'd be northwest, I think, on the island. Yeah. Most of the white people stuff is down in the sort of southwest.
I'm down to go to the indigenous stuff. I've had my fill of the white people stuff.
Yeah, they have one of the largest, and that's the tribe I'm related to. But that's
the fuck on.
One of the largest, like, indigenous land masses in the Caribbean is in Dominica, which everybody thinks I'm talking about the
Dominican Republic.
Every time. Oh, you mean next to Haiti? No, it's a tiny little island much further south.
Matt, man, gay sex is illegal there. They look. How do I say this without getting myself into a shit ton of trouble?
You kind of don't.
There is a confluence of cultural influences on that island that are not exactly progressive when it comes to gender, sexual orientation, and sexuality as a whole. It's a touch regressive when we talk about it. There's no way around that. It's a gorgeous island. I love it to death, but it's got problems just like any other place. It's just a different set of problems. That's all.
Oh, Rabbit, by the way, if you check your PM, there should be on Discord, there should be a link to my Discord as well.
Oh, sweet. All right.
Do I have that?
I don't know why if you haven't yet, Kai, I don't know why you haven't.
Well, send me an invite link in my DMs.
Okay.
And
Viv, are you in mine too? If you want to be in, that's up to you. I welcome you completely.
The last time that I recall that somebody was arrested for gay sex was a pair of gay men who were fucking on their balcony of the cruise ship. That's
Kai, right? That's the correct one. Yeah.
Yeah. You got me. I'm in. Yeah, that was the last time that I saw an arrest. They try and not do a whole lot of that because it's bad for tourism, and they're heavily reliant on tourism. So there is a movement. So if you want to fix this, then what you need to do is get all of your gay friends. Hey, Schnoops, fucking rating, and thanks for the follow, Seditious Dream, and welcome Schnoops's people. If you want to fix this, then what you need to do is get all of your gay friends, all of your transgendered friends, everybody you know to vacation there.
That's actually, Barbados did that specifically. They sent out like a statement saying, if you're queer in some way, come live here for a year, because they just decriminalized all of their colonial era laws. And they're like, we've got some social problems here, so we need to completely change people's minds. So we are even going to give, I think they gave financial grants of some kind.
Yeah.
And they're like, if you're gay, come live here. Come on.
It's good praxis. Just go and look at like Californians moving to Texas and shit. It's the same thing. Like, all right, so we need to fix it. Let's go there. What a sad world where you have governments trying to police consenting adults. Dude, it's been that way forever.
I do believe on Discord you should have a PM for me with the link to get in.
If you're referring to ANCOM on the right, I'm sorry, ANCAPs on the right, that's not a real thing, Immortal Dragon, and I'll have that out any day of the week. Two questions, Rabbit from Premarital. How's the internet speed in Barbados, and am I too late to the party?
The internet speed is virtually non-existent.
It is shit.
And, yeah, it's god awful. And like, okay, if you've ever heard of a movie, now delay that announcement by about a year and a half. That's the up-to-date level that you're going to be in the area, which is fine because there's plenty of stuff to do. That being said, I don't know if the deal is still being offered, but last I checked, it was, and I only looked it up about a month ago. So I'm pretty sure this is like an ongoing thing, and there's a possibility that they're going to take some lead from Barbados, and some of the other islands are going to start doing this as they also decriminalize their old school colonial laws.
Yeah, the problem on Dominica is that they have a cultural thing going.
Yeah,
it's a part of their culture to a huge extent. Joe, I actually got a download rate of 30 megabits per second 5 minutes ago. My mind was blown. The best, I mean, it makes sense. The best internet I've had in that region is in Puerto Rico. I mean, that's,
yeah,
you know, and it's not amazing. It's not going to be mind blowing. But that's the island that I've found the best internet on in and around the region. But there's a ton of islands down there. I haven't been to them all. Let's see.
No, I think public drinking is probably not an issue down there. Your actions while you're drunk, maybe.
I've never seen anybody fucking get tagged for public drinking. Not really much of a concern. I know I've spent time in beaches, at least in Puerto Rico, especially with a sangria in one hand and a joint in another, right? Like this is just part of the culture, as it were. Yeah. I know Dominica has they have a decent cannabis culture as well. You got to look for it a little harder than in places like the Bahamas or Puerto Rico or Caymans even.
Christina, are you still here? If you are,
if she isn't, what needs doing?
I'll read your buddy Immortal Dragon.
Scrolling up. Yeah, I've had a podcast for quite some time. I've been an open advocate for anarchism for quite some time, and it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. I'm not a fan of Biden either. And as for me growing balls back, I don't know. Where were you when I was getting kettled and pepper sprayed back in the day? You know, where were you when fucking Sue was getting beat the fuck up? Where were you when fucking Rabbit was out there for the fucking, HIV stuff? Like, where were you when, come on, sit down, check your ego at the door and have an honest, good faith conversation. We're willing to engage with anybody on any area or realm of the political spectrum. Just don't be a dick.
What's up, Mondays? I'm sorry about that. I had a phone call come through. I was not expecting it.
Welcome back, Viv.
Fucking phone calls. How dare people?
How dare.
Let's see. Millennials' entire legacy is the internet, and 2100 Wikipedia will have a page for us, and it'll only contain a picture of Doggy with a using a flip phone. Let's see. Psychic Dolphin has gigabit. It's not in. It's here in the Las Vegas Valley, but not my particular area in the valley. I would very much like it. Good day.
What the hell is this shit? Except ones that you disregard and say don't exist. Whatever you say, you LARPer. Wow.
Good luck to you. God bless. I hope you find some peace in your life.
Fuck off.
No matter how dumb colonial laws are, they'll never top how Reagan used his presidency of the most wealthy country in the world and launched a war on drugs, a fucking war on drugs. The Reagan administration, if you want to talk epic fails, is just chock full of them. But Reagan didn't launch the war on drugs. He used the terminology, but Nixon launched the war on drugs.
Yeah. And even you can go back further, and Kennedy, some of his policies helped build that infrastructure. And
early 20s, who was the propagandist? I always forget his name. That shit there was a slow build up that Nixon then saw an opportunity to use to criminalize anti-war hippies and the black community.
G. Gordon Liddy was a big part of that.
Yeah, Ehrlichman, who was an advisor to Nixon, very explicitly stated in an interview that that's what that was about, was the criminalization of the war on drugs is about the criminalization of hippies, the anti-war movement, and the black civil rights movement. And then Reagan takes it to the next step up, and then under the Clinton administration with Biden writing that bullshit bill, you have the full-blown, prison industrial complex truly born. Fucking A. Let's see. Yes, true. Blah blah blah. Hang on. Let me do that. Let me do that really quickly. I can do that. Where be?
I know, right, Christina? I know, right?
I like Psychic Dolphins. Damn, I'm LARPing. Why did I have to find out like this? I learned it by watching you.
There you go, Joe. Yeah, I like that. I learned it by watching you. Let's see. Whatever you say, LARPer. Is this person still around to the end? No. All right. It's not. Wait. I need to go back up. I missed what Schnoops was saying. People make the same comment about lefties and Trump in my stream, and I'm not even American. Like, bruh. You like Trump more, less government reach, correct? Trump did nothing to reduce government reach other than food and drug and FDA regulations. If that's the last thing I want you to do. Can we address the police state issue first before we start talking about deregulating food and drugs? That'd be great. The EPA. This is the things Trump went after. This is not my idea of like the first thing you need to talk about when you're talking about smaller government and deregulation. Yeah. Let's see.
I do want to give a little shout out to anyone in your chat who is from DC that helped for the vote to decriminalize hallucinogenic mushrooms.
Good job on that, guys.
Yeah, good job. Good game.
I've done my part by okay, I can't admit that on stream. Never mind. Ignore that. Fill in your own blanks. Shows out there LARPing, feels be a bad man. Cool. Yeah, they lowered the criminal penalty for drug possession. They didn't abolish it. That was who did that? Oregon that did all the hard drugs. This is my argument for down ticket voting and electoralism isn't necessarily bad, because this election cycle we saw a whole host of cannabis, either medicinal or straight up legalization. We saw hard drugs decriminalized in small amounts, admittedly, up in the Pacific Northwest. Nevada secured gay marriage, same-sex marriage rights for the entire nation with our vote. Because we constitutionalized same-sex marriage. We're the first one to enshrine it in our constitution in the nation, and based on interstate compact agreements at the constitutional level, that means if you can get married in any state, it means every other state has to recognize your marriage license. So, if Alabama or Mississippi or fucking Kentucky decide to make an end run at same-sex marriage, that's fine. Just come to Nevada, we'll get you married here, and they have to recognize your marriage, constitutionally speaking. So, these are sorts of examples of how electoralism can actually engage in a win. Now, don't think this is me eschewing other leftist ideologies, mutual aid, direct interaction, direct action, these sorts of things. Feel free to engage in those, but don't eschew your the opportunity that you have in those sort of down ticket votes. Presidency, at best, you can avoid fascism. Who said it earlier? 100% shit versus 90 to 95% shit. But 5% less shit is a gain. I'll take it. Let's see.
Reminds me, I have to give you a fair warning, Twin. There's a lot of people that are in my Discord channel.
Yeah.
Literally love you.
Okay.
Well, are they making calls for him to strip yet?
No, that's a fair question.
I don't love him enough.
Well, some of them in my Discord channel, when I was streaming, literally were like, "Hey, Lost, you got to check this one out," and literally gave me the link to your Yahoo, or not Yahoo, I mean YouTube.
All right.
Oh,
that's cool.
Yeah, Schnoops, that wasn't me admitting to voting. I voted. No, what that was almost me admitting to was something else entirely.
And I have to swear, honest to God, I have to swear. It's like I sat back, watched your video, the one on, was it socialism?
The indigenous anarchism one?
Yeah. I watched that one and I was like, okay, I definitely got to meet this brother. And lo and behold, guess what?
Well, you have Kai's logo to thank, because I just loaded up Twitch and I'm like, okay, I'm bored. I need to watch something. And boom, there was Proudly Radical, streaming. And I'm like, okay, this will be interesting. So I clicked on it. So that blame Kai's PR logo, because I actually thought that it was a Puerto Rican streamer.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, and then I clicked on it. I'm like, that is not a Puerto Rican guy. Okay, this will get interesting.
Hey! I could have been born on island.
You could have, but that's not the immediate impression.
Definitely don't have the accent that would be necessary for the area. Let's see what do we got. Joe, anyone to send me money? Jesus Christ. And I hope you're right, Alex. I hope Vegas follows suit with the mushroom legalization, not just decriminalization. I hope we legalize the fuck out of that. All I'm saying is that I know a guy in Minecraft who might be able to take advantage of that. So let's see. It's Seditious Dream. Send me money instead. Fucking now there's a competition. There's a money off in chat. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, I don't really blame anyone because honestly, with this pandemic that we have, money is definitely a tight squeeze right now.
Oh God, yes.
I'm exceedingly privileged in this area, and I acknowledge it willfully. I've got a roof over my head, and I've got food in my belly, and none of that is in jeopardy. Of course, my health is fading by the day, so there's that. I'd trade. I would in a heartbeat. I'd trade. Minecraft girlfriend for hire, 50 emerald an hour.
Yeah, I can't. Sorry, go ahead, Viv.
No, you're good. I was just saying emerald. I mean, don't sell yourself short.
What's more valuable than emeralds? Emeralds are the most the rarest block in Minecraft.
Is it? I haven't played Minecraft since like Xbox 360.
Lol, who plays Minecraft on Xbox? What the fuck's wrong with you?
Wow.
It's okay. I've got a rig that would kick the shit out of anything she's got.
Oh, is that right?
Are we doing this?
Yeah, we're doing this. We're doing
this. Let's compare the fucking E-pins, all right? What's your fucking processor? Come on.
Ryzen 3900X.
Cool, I got an i5 Coffee Lake. Fucking kick the shit out of yours. Next.
No, it doesn't, and you know it. There's no i5 on Earth that would trash a Ryzen 3900.
Yeah, the new generation of i5s, the Coffee Lakes, fucking well fast. Whatever. We'll call that one a draw if you like. What's the fucking GPU?
3080.
2060 Super.
How much RAM?
16 gig.
Oh, come on. You need at least a minimum of 32. What's your hard drive?
Some random SSD fucking terabyte.
2 terabyte NVMe M.2 for the primary. I've got an SSD as a working drive though. Got any network?
Okay.
Got any network storage?
I acquired all I have, which is nearly as good as your rig. Let's be honest.
Got any network storage? Let's talk how much you can store in house.
Yeah. Look. I said I acquired all of these things, right, whilst being on benefits, okay? So fuck you. With zero privilege, okay? I worked hard for this fucking rig. I don't care.
I think last count, I have like 16 terabytes in house, but I need to expand that.
I'm fucking boasting about this shit. Look at his lovely ass room as well. Look at this fucking bourgeois champagne fucking socialist sitting here shitting on poor people for not having a rig that is marginally.
You're the one that started it, and you know it. You're the one that tried. You're the one that tried to do the tech dick measuring with the.
I did not. You were the one who was like.
Who plays on an Xbox 360?
Yeah, well, look, playing Minecraft on the Xbox 360 is fucking terrible. Don't do it. You could pick up a Windows 95 machine that would fucking play Minecraft, all right, and it'd do a better job than the Xbox.
Oh, hey, you're. Let's see. This is what you can buy with 10,000 bits at a time, says Mattman. There's never been Submatifa has 10 terabytes in house. Good for you. Is it on a network server? Oh, we have a whole host of fucking Big Papa. Kai's talking dirty now. Mattman, gamer PCs are a human right. Should be free. Alex running with the 16 gig 2133 DDR3. Zealot's got a Ryzen 7 5700 XT. A B450. I've got a 570E for the motherboard on my rig. And you got an M.2 2 terabyte. Yeah, that is a decent bargain actually. Let's see. Anarchism is treating Proudly Radical well. No, being age 4 and being put in front of a mainframe terminal by your mother and doing custom coding by age 14 and spinning off your own IT consultancy in the Las Vegas Valley, servicing companies that most people don't get to service on a scale at age 25 is what did that.
Hey, Doc, how you doing, buddy?
It's an educational privilege that no school would give you. I have more years in technology than most people could ever figure out how to do, and I did it at an enterprise level because that mainframe terminal was in a hospital network, and so I have enterprise experience literally from the age of 4. I fit more in with the like 55 and north crowd of technicians and engineers. And so, yeah, that is where my privilege comes from, is the fact that my mom sort of saw the writing on the wall and ensured that her child had a technological head start, the likes of which most people won't get to see.
And your mum had enough money to do that, and your mum
she was a broke ass nurse who just took me into the office.
And you had a mum.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is what it is. But she had the foresight as a nurse who had access to this sort of stuff to like, hey, maybe it would be good to do this. She ensured I had, a high level of literacy as well, very early on and this sort of thing. She emphasized that sort of stuff. So it is that led to that sort of thing. The storage is for Twitch related things, guys, not using it for anything else. Completely legal and certified. Yes, exactly, Schnupps. It's 100% for what I produce content on Twitch. It's 100%. Sleep well, seditious. Yeah, it's 5 a.m. here. I need to fucking 880 with 32 megs of RAM. Nice. WTF.
Good night, Christina.
Night, Christina.
Sorry, 32 megs.
You know it's getting late when your mods all say, "Okay, good night, guys."
That's okay. I got newly minted Joe, and he's in the German time zone. Alex, rip Adobe Flash. Flash is my temporal marker for when the internet went to shit. Everything after Flash, and it was Macromedia Flash, not Adobe. That everything after that starts to go downhill, as far as I'm concerned. I got learning about compassion and empathy privilege. That's important. Premarital Win 7 Pro. I had to upgrade to Windows 10 and I hate it just for the gaming platform side of things, but I've got plenty of mixed operating systems in this house. Dial up until my
way, bro. Like, come on now.
12.
Yeah, Lost. What are you banging around with?
Oh God, dude, you don't even want to know. I got literally, I have a Windows 7 that is basically a 10-year-old computer that was put together as a poor man's freebie computer. So I'm running on the most shittiest shit possible.
I am on an 8-year-old Asus. Watching this stream of people talking about, I got 380 terabytes of RAM, and I don't. Okay, sure. I have RAM. I know there's some in there.
I'm pretty sure there's RAM in that.
Yeah, I've seen the chip. It's a cute little one. I think I have 16. I think. Yeah.
By the way, whoever said that, Matt Man, that is an apocryphal quote. Bill Gates never actually said that. Yeah, he even admits, he says, I've said many silly things in my day, I think was the exact quote he said, but I never said that one. I don't know if you're on mobile, Joe. I'm not familiar with mod mode on mobile, but on a PC, you should have on your window a sword right in the chat area. You click that and it transfers everything into the mod mode. Let's see. Schnoops, Australian internet. Yeah, I've heard mixed things about it. If you're on your laptop, then yeah. Okay, cool. You got it. My weakest link and next upgrade is the B350 motherboard Dawn Seeker. Yeah, that's if you can go up to a board, was it B450 if you can, but if you can get up to a 570, it's definitely the way to go. What do we got? 13-year-old Core 2 Duo T7500, 2.2 gigahertz. Fiber optic to node system was what killed internet in Australia. Interesting. On mobile, you're 2 ass taps away from accidentally banning someone. I've never done it, but I've opened the interface on accident at least 100 times. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, it's, and might I point out that one of the advantages of having access to a high level of technology is that you can start to subvert a whole other set of systems. Get yourself a 3D printer if you can. You can fucking build them for a fairly fair price these days. And you'd be surprised the things you can manufacture. Learn how to solder, learn how to design circuits. You'd be surprised what you can make yourself. I was looking at 3D printed circuitry just yesterday. And so you could build your own circuits without even outsourcing that, without even having to import something from China. You can get homegrown 3D printable PLA materials, and you can get USA made like electronic component, base electronic components, and you can do the wiring yourself, and you can build yourself a 3D printed circuit. So, I mean, you're not going to be able to do microcontroller architecture and stuff like that, but you'd be surprised what you can make in your garage using modern technology. And, my channel's familiar. I build shit all the time. Like it's one of those things that I do. I'm crafty DIY type of guy. If the plumbing needs fixed, I'm fixing the plumbing, right? Like that's how it goes around these parts.
I gotta say, I love the factor that there's so many different varieties of all of us here. And no one's really downing on anyone for it.
What do you mean, varieties?
Well, I mean, everything from poor to
not poor,
not poor, to all different kinds of disabilities and everything else. Like literally, we have like a mass load of different variations of different types of people or walks of life. And
my bad. I suppose I should have made it clear that I just fucking hate everybody.
Oh, well, okay. So Vivian is the only one in the chat in this whole section, right?
That would be a misanthrope. And in my heart of hearts, there is a bit of a misanthrope in there as well. So I understand it. Let's see what we got. Oh, your website is Zealot. If you're speaking to me, thank you. It's WordPress backend, but I built a good portion of it. So I liken being technologically proficient in this era as being the blacksmith of previous eras. Everything sort of has to run through you to get made, right? Like back in the day, blacksmiths make the tools. They make the tools that you need to make the thing.
Yeah.
And technologists of this era, if they're a big enough jack of all trades, like I had the, good fortune to end up being, I can turn my hand at, whatever. It's no big deal. Yeah, exactly, Zealot. Yeah, it definitely, like, I'm gonna sound really fucking old when I say this, because it's gonna start off with the kids today. Right?
Hey, kids, they're going to get off my lawn.
I don't have a lawn. I have xenoscaping, as is appropriate for the Las Vegas Valley. Monitor your water usage, boys and girls, and everything in
Just
between.
toss that boomer shit right out there. up
Yes.
front.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna fucking get into. All right. The kids today are very good at using technology, but they have a deficit of understanding of the systems underneath. And that is what they need an understanding of if you want them to excel in technological fields. So if you have kids, if you know kids, if you've got child relatives, you need to encourage them to get engaged in those lower level systems like Linux, Unix, command line, assembly coding, circuitry, soldering. You know, all of these sorts of things are what contribute to that greater understanding of technology. Being able to tap and scroll Facebook really well and understanding how to get a good selfie and upload it is not useful as far as, you know, making a living inside that career, inside that industry. Linux is life. Amen, Alex. I met Linus a couple of times in my life. I don't know him, but I've met him. Mobile doesn't let you own your work, and desktop is under siege. Mobile can be, I mean, it can be jailbroken. It can be rooted. Mobile is reclaimable. You just have to have the wherewithal to do it. It's the same way for most systems.
Yeah, Fubar's on the right track. With DOS, you actually had to read. Because I cut my teeth on basic on
Command
a
line.
Tandy 64.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It's one thing to click shit. It's another thing to understand the structure, the command structure, how to form all of these things in your head. It really is. And without it, you're useless in industry, or at least 2/3 of the industry. Yeah. Something to be said about unschooling, even maybe. I had DOS as a toddler. At least 10 times easier to jailbreak mobile if you have a desktop laptop. Oh, yeah, 100%. You fucking, I mean, I know like half of the fucking jailbreak methods require a tether. So, I mean, you're going to require a desktop. Dang kids and their GUIs. I know, right? Oh, we had fucking Descent. Yes. You know, like I said, I fit in with a much older crowd than my actual age.
I miss Descent. I love that game. So hard.
There's so many of, you know.
all I have to say is the farthest I got when it comes to computer and that kind of stuff is being a builder programmer on the old text-based MUD games.
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
That's as far as I got, and then because I got busted sitting in a university, which I didn't go to, in one of their main laboratories on a computer that was supposed to have been supposedly locked, and managed to get through it all and actually play and doing building on the game through that computer and through the university net. I actually got a lifetime ban from that.
Right, I'm gonna have to take off.
Have a good one, Vivian.
Always a great pleasure to hang with you and chat with you.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
cool talking to you, Vivian.
And if anybody does want to have a chat about QAnon, extremism, cults, all that fucking shit, Mix Vivian Wolf, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, you know the jam. Just drop me a DM on Twitter, and you know we can do that thing. All right.
Shout out in chat. There we go. I think I spelled all that correctly.
Viv is definitely based, even though she hates all of us. No, just kidding.
Let's see. Hang on. I saw somebody asking questions. Oh, Alex. And shout out to the Mud fucking reference. Multi-user dungeon. It's been a while. Not my favorite form of gaming, but what are you gonna do? Alex, Cyberpunk 2077 or Watchdog Legions or both. Fuck Watchdog Legions. I'll play it eventually. After the de novo issue has been dealt with. Again, I would never advocate for piracy on a Twitch stream, of course. But after a while, I'll play Watchdog Legions. Cyberpunk 2077, though, I definitely want to play. I want to see if that pans out as much as I hope it does. That'd be fun if it does. Hey, thanks for the follow, Brett. Yep, Brett C. Lifetime ban, awesome.
Yeah, literally a lifetime ban from that university. Doesn't matter. There's nothing I can do to change it. There's nothing I can do to get out of it. I'm literally lifetime banned from it.
Radley, Trump is actually doing the coup thing. Yeah, there is, like I said, there's still a path to election victory using the Supreme Court and a whole blah, blah, blah. He is going after it. Now, whether they're successful at that, who knows? I got it. Story mode sucks and needs patchwork. Dude, Watch Dogs 1 was good. 2 was acceptable. There was no way that 3 was not going to be just derivative drivel. It's Ubisoft, for fuck's sake. We all know what they get up to. I live in a cyberpunk dystopia, so I can't really enjoy them anymore, maybe. That's the same reason I enjoy them. They're relatable. The only difference is we don't get fucking like cybernetic augments and like cool leather gear and like, neon blue and pinks everywhere. I love the aesthetic of cyberpunk. But admittedly so. We do live in a borderline straight up cyberpunk dystopia. But it is a political critique to start with. So
Cyberpunk, is that the one that Silver Spook made?
Cyberpunk is made. It's originally a tabletop game system made by what's Mike's last name? Ponsmith. Sorry, Mike Ponsmith. So it was a tabletop RPG game in its inception.
Yeah.
And that was 88. He created that. And then it sort of, became a defining a word for an entire genre. And then CD Projekt Red, in combination with Mike Pondsmith, is making Cyberpunk 2077. The follow-up to Cyberpunk was Cyberpunk 2020, and that was also a tabletop RPG.
That reminds me, since we brought up the memory of Silver Spook has been brought up. Twin, I'm probably also going to send you an invite to Silver Spook's Discord as well.
Oh yeah, I've seen Silver Spook.
Yeah. And then there's an elder, Universal Discourse, who's also an indigenous woman.
Okay. Well, and Silver's the one that's Hawaiian, right?
Yeah. But his wife is an indigenous woman from up in British Columbia.
Oh, okay.
Fuck yeah, Nano.
So yeah, we are looking at doing like I was saying before, we're looking at doing an indigenous council kind of circle streams.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, I'll hook you up, bro. It's all good. I got you covered.
Christ. Did Gloomhaven really fucking sell for $400? Jesus, sell it. Yeah. Oh, I can pick it up for $1.06 right now, but holy shit.
Who the hell pays that much?
Well, I mean, a 40-pound tabletop game, that's pretty impressive on its own.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Do you buy the table?
Well, I have like I've got a couple that are grand scale tabletops that you like. I mean, have hundreds of pieces in them and shit like that, and you know they can cost hundreds of dollars as a result of that. What game genres do I like? My game genre favoritism can be summed up very easily. Stealthy assassination games that I get to sneak up in the shadows and stab a motherfucker in the neck. That's what I like. So Dishonored, Hitman, Metal Gear, Sniper Ghost Warrior. These are things that really appeal to me. I play other things, but the things that I will play reliably, stealth assassination. Thief, yep, from back in the day. Thief, Deus Ex, but Jesus Christ, did they break the shit out of that game. I didn't get around to Tenchu very much. I've played it, but I don't have many hours in it. Let's just put it that way. Let's see. Hey, I'm just telling you, Eeyore, the descriptivist definition of tabletop has moved past what you use. So you can fight that fight all you want, but tabletop and pen and paper RPGs are used interchangeably now. Even their Wikipedia entry reflects that.
Look at Dungeons and Dragons as a prime example.
Tabletop Simulator is amazing. If you, we should get a tabletop simulator game going one of these days inside the community. I know I gifted a few to the community one time.
Wait, and I missed it?
It was what? I'm pretty sure I gave those out before I even knew you, Sue.
Damn. Late to the party.
Trump 2020 says the account's old. ADHD Brazy. I'm not going to give up this fight now. No way. Now that it's mostly on Discord, Roll20, and other online stuff. Good luck to you. You're going to be kicking water uphill on that one, but good luck to you. Board games are more on top of the table than LARPG, Vampire the Masquerade. I think a LARPing game would probably not be qualified. Like Vampire the Masquerade probably would be discounted from. You know what? Let me see. Let me see what the entry for Vampire the Masquerade says, because Vampire the Masquerade is largely LARPing with RPG elements. No, it's classified as a tabletop RPG these days. So, like I said, good luck. I would have been on your side with that one. I'd argue that one with you. But again, it seems that ship has sailed. I have a few spare tabletop simulator gifts I've been saving for a rainy day. I think I snagged 4 for 3 deal in Steam sale. That's what I did, Matt Man. Hey, thank you for the follow. Yeah, that's what I did as well. There was a Steam sale, and I snapped up the gift box for Tabletop Simulator. My first interaction with RPGs was at the Air Force Academy. We were all LARPers anyway. Air Force, I have spent so much time on the Air Force subreddit. You fucking Chair Force motherfuckers are some of my favorite people on the planet, despite your involvement with the whole military-industrial complex. You're just a bunch of nerds that happen to be wearing military uniforms. It's hilarious. I adore your guys' like internal culture. I observe it from a distance with great fascination. AI 2020, Biden 2021. Let's see. My debate partner, junior year of high school, went to Air Force Academy. Yeah. Let's see. All right, folks. Let me check something here. Yeah, it's time. It's time. It is time. It is time. It is time. It has been 6 hours of a stream. I think we may have hit record subs, quite frankly, thanks to Matifa, Sub Matifa. Sub Matifa fucking putting it out there, gifting subs left and right, even though I told him not to. Like any good contrarian. You're not gonna tell me what to do. I adore it. My first college debate round was against AFA. Trump got the full 2020 experience. He got COVID, lost his job, and is about to lose his house. Yes. Oh, don't forget the fact that, you know, like he's got like 3 different kids, but like he's got like 3 different baby mama and shit. Like he's classic at this point. Like, yeah, he's done the full rundown of shit. Getting evicted from Mar-a-Lago. No. Though that may get repossessed by Deutsche Bank. Who knows? Who knows what the coming days have in store for good old Drumpf. Let's see. Cool. Biden is shit. Yes, he is. As we was put earlier, Trump is 100% shit. Biden is 95% shit. So if you can get a deal with 5% less shit, go for that deal. You know, it's just basic utilitarian calculus of a sorts. It has been interesting. Jesus Christ. Good luck with that. Thanks for the drop in Schnoops and Schnoopses. It's been 6 hours. What can you say? Thanks for the drop in Schnoops and all of Schnoops's followers and channel watchers and viewers and everybody who came along with her. Yeah, Schnoops, exactly. Thank you and you're welcome as well. Zoomies, if you're still in there after all of this, thanks for the ego boost, and the thirst was fucking hilarious. That was a hell of an event. It was most definitely the first time that's happened on stream. It's not the first time somebody's told me I'm attractive. It's not the first time somebody's complimented my looks, but that was the first time that somebody went hard. That was funny. Yeah.
You gotta love it.
Yeah, it was, you know, it like this is, you know, I always heard from my straight friends that are like, dude, I don't understand people who are like freaked out by gay dudes hitting on them. For me, it's always a compliment. They're like, fuck yeah. You know, a little ego boost for the day. Yeah. Oh,
you're hot enough to turn on another man. Like,
yeah. Take it as the compliment it is and take the win. Yes, Eeyore, it was, I don't know, 3 hours ago now or something like that, but Zoomies 420 was just thirsty as fuck, and it was funny. It got a little lewd there for a moment, but it was funny more than it was anything else.
Yeah, I think at one point Zoomy did actually ask for pictures of your feet.
Somebody suggested that all I saw was somebody sent that to me. Yeah, it was Meat in my DMs. Dude, you should charge him money to get photos of your feet. And I guess I missed the reference. Yeah, it was an interesting experience to have that. Let's see. Nice. Yeah, I had to drive 2 hours to get the treatment. You know, as one ages, as one's body breaks down, you know, it's always nice to get a compliment here and there. Let's just put it that way.
Exactly.
Oh, let's see. Honestly, that's why I don't. Wait, hang on. What am I? All right, whatever. I'm not scrolling back that far.
It's too much effort.
Yeah, if I were like in the, and I mean, Sue has seen this. I really, in good faith, try and answer all like political and philosophical and ideological like questions and arguments and that sort of thing. And so I will be like, I think it was you, Sue, that the other day, like we were together and you said like, you are so behind on chat.
Yeah, literally.
Like,
not just one either though.
But that's not happening right now, so I don't need to worry myself about that. So let us figure out who we're going to raid. Because we've got enough people here, we should raid somebody, and ideally somebody who
really could use it.
Yeah, like let's try and hook somebody up that's like hanging out in the low numbers. Yeah,
Well, there's Dan Simpson.
Joe,
He's
stop
like-
fucking around with fucking settings. I see you there. So what was your suggestion?
There's Dan Simpson. He's like literally got only one person.
Is it IDAN Simpson?
Yeah, SIMPSON.
All right, so let me burn the ad. All right, so, oh, Jesus Christ, I like this. Welcome to the IDAN Simpson show with IDAN Simpson. I'm IDAN Simpson from the internet. He, him, variety streamer, news reactions, acoustic covers, awful gamer. Can we get
acoustic covers? What? All right.
Place to
Otherwise, I don't have any left that's on my
It's like-
stream right now.
I think this will be great.
A lot.
He wants to get to 500 followers today.
right, I
And
gotta
he's
learn
got
when to
pink and
use this
blue
effect and
lights
when
going
not.
on in his room. He's at 489 right
Inquilab,
now.
how you doing, bud? Welcome to the
Bye,
stream. Love your
lighting.
face.
So that's what we're gonna do. We are going.
Love, guys.
So, Tale of Twin Rabbit. It's been lovely meeting you. It's been lovely having you on the air.
Indeed. It was nice talking to both of you.
Sue.
And to Vixen, even though she's not here.
Sue,
Yeah.
I don't know who you are and where you came from.
Never heard of you before.
Never
What?
heard of you. He knows he's always welcome on my air. As for everybody else, thank you for being here. Thank you for putting up with God knows everything that we have to do as we drag through this slog that we call existence. And as always, kaisthings.com, KISthings.com, blah, 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 plugs here. I hope you guys are as well as you can be. Till next time. Now let's raid the fuck out of Dan Simpson and get him over that edge if we can. Raiding.